Okay, I will shortly introduce the project. Um, After coronavirus lockdown, we were in the middle of a project, in the middle of our second project, and it was actually a hand blender, and the students were in the middle of modeling and modeling process, and they were making mock-ups, etc. Of course, the corona virus affected all the process. They had difficulties because we started the project with a without knowing this problem, and we didn't consider coronavirus situations. But we finished that project successfully, and the outcomes were really successful. However, of course, mentally, we were busy with coronavirus situation. What brought us this new situation was this online education, and the students experienced online learning process for the first time in their lives, and they had difficulties, they had some challenges, but they discovered maybe they discovered new methods in design, in making design, new methods in learning, etc. So we thought it might be a good opportunity to make a project on this, especially on online learning. And we thought this project would be good if it can be a group project, because actually in the design process, students learn from each other, especially in studio environment. Now we have this, we have the studio environment in this online medium, in a virtual way, of course. So the students can share their experiences, and they can still learn from each other during this process. So our project was to design a study setting for online learning. Of course, it would be, we expected them to design furniture items mainly, physical items, not virtual items. We didn't expect them to go into electronic products, etc. But we expected them, this should be a setting that would support their physical needs in terms of furniture items. But our main focus was scenario building. So we use scenarios in design process when we actually, when we want to think about unexpected situations or unknown situations. So online learning was something new, and it was unknown for students, but they were newly experiencing it. Therefore, we ask them to think about unusual situations also in home environment while a student is trying to get into online learning process. So the students actually went through several stages, starting with an online research process, an internet search, literature search process, learning about what is online education and what are the furniture items actually that support this situation. Later, they actually made user research. They tried to learn about their own needs, each other's needs, and also they consulted the opinions of other students from our other departments. So therefore they made a field research, user research. Later they prepared a storyboard to visualize the problematic situations in online learning. Then we asked them to prepare a mock product video, which was a video they prepared visualizing and presenting, demonstrating the problems real time and trying their expected solutions in a video setting. Later, we made idea generation, idea development sessions. We actually went through several critique sessions, detailing, product detailing sessions, etc. And we came to this stage. Actually, how many weeks was it?
Around 6, I think.
Around 6 weeks. So we have actually 10 teams. 2 teams are composed of 4 students. The rest is composed of 3 students. And they will present their, they will present a video actually showing their solution. And they will present their boards. They will present mock-ups they made. The boards contain visualizations and technical drawings and scenario, of course. And they will show their mock-ups through the video, I guess, through actually through this Zoom meeting. From their camera. And yeah, did I miss anything?
No, I think you have covered it all, I think, Hocam.
Thank you. So we have actually limited time. Perhaps I should first introduce our team members, studio team members. I'm Gülay Hasdoğan. Gülşen Töre Yargın, maybe you can.
Yeah.
Levent Muslular. Is Aslıhan here? Aslıhan Tokat?
Somewhere around here.
Somewhere around here. Okay.
Maybe you can just make a voice. Sound.
Okay. Zeynep Yılmaz. I would first like to thank all of them because we actually went through this difficult process also to design an online studio coordination, online studio project coordination. Thank you for that, for all your support. And I will introduce our jury members too. Harun Kaygan. Could Senem join?
Yes.
Senem Turhan.
I made it. I made it.
Arnold Kritov. Dilruba Uğur Aydın. Merve Erman. Is Merve here?
Sorry.
Ayşe okay, Merve. Ayşe Kaplan. Okay. And Ece Yalın would join actually. Ece. Okay, Ece. Sorry about that. Ece, okay, welcome. So Ece will be with us through the jury. Thank you for joining. Also, we have very valuable guests. We have Ali Güneven here. Hocam buradaysanız el sallayın. Ali İhsan Ünay. Ali İhsan Ünay. Also, we have other actually guests from academia and from professional life. Very valuable guests. Thank you for joining. And thank you for all those who are actually watching this session through Facebook. Hope it is on and it's going on. Okay. Aslan and Zeynep will remind us about the time. There will be video shows of students. We will use a program called Watch Together. So we will be watching the video at the same time all together instead of student presenting it, because in order to keep the quality. So they will actually arrange all this process, Aslan and Zeynep. And who is first? And also the jury members are provided the boards and mock-up photos, and they are provided by graded. They are grading sheet. They are provided. Okay, so we can start.
Previously on Publish TV.
Koronavirüsle mücadelenin 1579. gününde bel fıtığı olan öğrencilerin sayısı hızla artmaya devam ediyor. İzmir'in Foça ilçesinde 21 yaşında bir öğrenci yaşadığı tüm ergonomik sorunlara karşı bağışıklık kazandığını iddia etti.
Merhaba Benan. Şu an Foça gerçekten çok karışık. Bizi kesinlikle içeri almıyorlar.
Bel oturtan 3000 adlı çalışma seti Sivaslı tasarımcı Hasan Kum'un padavanı olan Melih Bircan tarafından tasarlandı.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben hepinizi kurtaracak tasarımcı.
Haberin merkezine, Publish Haber TV'ye hoş geldiniz sayın seyirciler. Bugün de üzücü bir haberle karşınızdayız. Covid-19 nedeniyle öğrencilerin 4 yıl daha uzaktan eğitime devam edeceği öğrenildi.
My back! My back! My back!
Peki, bu görüntülerin tek sorumlusu Covid-19 mu? Bu görüntülerin tek sorumlusu evde sıkılan öğrenciler mi? Tabii ki hayır. Bu görüntülerin bir sorumlusu daha var. Kendisi bel oturtan 3000 adlı icadıyla öğrencilerin tüm sorunlarını çözeceğine inandırıp bir anda ortadan kaybolmuş biri. Dünyanın ona en çok ihtiyacı olduğu bu anda Melih Bircan nerede? İrfan? Işıklar, gökyüzü, ne? Evet sayın seyirciler, şu anda dünyaya yaklaşan, ne olduğu belli olmayan bir cisim var. Şu anda ekibimiz onun cismi tanımlamaya çalışıyor. Evet, İrfan. Alo.
Kaçmadım. Bitti sandınız. Ben sizin kurtarıcınızım. Mor sizin kurtarıcınız.
And I will start. So, imagine yourself in a regular school day for a moment. You go to the other classrooms, you go to canteen, walk in the hallway, you go study at the library. So you don't always stay at the same place in a regular school day. You're always in a movement. However, in our homes, we generally have one place determined to study.
And most of the students studying in their room. So when they're in their room, they're also sleeping in their room, relaxing in their room, and they're also trying to study in their room. So there is no certain border for all of these activities and studying. This is why we wanted to design a movable study experience with our pegboard.
We also wanted to focus on customizing and personalization because like each type of student uses different tools for studying. Such as an industrial design student has a lot of pens instead of books, while a sociology student may have more books than pens or other tools. That's why we wanted to let users customize their environment so that they can embrace their study area.
With most movable desk, students choose their area to study in their house and easily carry their components with them to the selected area. And so you can adjust your height to sit on the couch or even work standing up in terms of comfort because you can't always sit down.
Juliana, your microphone is closed.
Sorry. And now we want to talk you about our research process for a little bit. We asked people to send their study environment pictures to us, and we received over 60 pictures, more than 60 pictures. And among all of them, we determined that they were all so messy and so disorganized. Also, we made interviews from different students from different majors, and we understood that they all have different needs for customization. And so we determined our main concerns as arrangement of the study area, room and space, and comfort. So with this focus, okay.
So let's look at the scenario. In the first image, all users choose a component to study in their desk. And in second image, also Movo can be used as an assistant table near the desk or main table itself. And then if user decides to study somewhere else, he or she just can hang the components to the desk effortlessly.
And in the fourth image,
I changed it.
Okay, sorry. So, and our desk is just like 7 kilograms. So it's just like really easy to move with their like rollers and stuff. And when the user just like decides where he sits, he just like open the table, and then he can adjust the weight. He can sit, or also like he can adjust the weight as like as tall as that he can like stand by working. Yeah.
Yes, I guess that's all. And then there's the technical drawings. Fatih.
Shall I talk about them? Or okay, I will talk about them. Our pegboard will be the feet will be made from aluminum profile and bending. The pegboard is ABS plastic, and also the shelf that will be put between the legs are also ABS. All the parts will be connected with rivets, as aluminum can't be melted. Can we go to the table? Yeah. Our table can be folded 90 degrees. Also, our legs are adjusted with the mechanism that's used from the luggage arms, adjustable luggage arms. You can see the section view AA on the top, middle top. Our legs will be made from aluminum extrusion. Don't slide, Gülenay. Our legs will be made from aluminum, and the top will be made from ABS plastic and paper fill to minimize the weight. Also, the left organizer is made from ABS plastic. It's totally 7 kilograms. This is the folded view. Our components are like this, except for the circle board. All the components are acrylic. Some parts are transparent, while some are not. They are all made from injection molding. The circle board, the round board, sorry, not circle board, is made of steel with plastic coating, so it can be used as a magnet board or a board, white board or black board.
That's all, I guess. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So did you actually show your, do you have mock-ups? Did you
Yeah, I do have, but like it's little mock-up, so it's just like this, and our desk is like that. I don't know how to show it, so I'm just showing it to you.
Okay.
And like you can open it also like this and close it like this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So then we are waiting for our jury members' comments and questions.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Thank you for your comprehensive research and your video. It's full of humor. This is very interesting. You offer different usage scenarios for your product. It allows different things. But one question came to my mind for the accessories you offer for the board, the vertical board. How do you connect them to the main board? Is it there's a detail, a plastic detail you attach?
Yeah, like
In the technical drawings, can you get to the technical drawings?
So
there's a section view.
They are permanently attached to the accessories, right?
No, they are hanged. Can you show the
Yes,
CC
they are
demo?
hanged to the main board, but the detail is attached to the plastic accessories permanently.
yes.
So, did you consider the possibility to make it more enabling the user to make it more personalized? Because you're offering very concrete accessories for some particular practices, like, for example, for one of them is a pen holder. Let me see that board. You introduced the components, yes, shelf component. How did you come up with the dimensions of the forms of that accessories? Because you got lots of data from the users. That means you analyze them and you know the problems and what kind of tools they are using during online education. So you had a decision process behind it. How would you come up with that decision? I wonder it.
I can answer that. So when we ask students to send their pictures, we see like they're like they have somehow managed to keep their pens or like their books with some, I don't know, not like a whole setting, but with some things, and we actually come up from them, and we just like wanted to do these like universal components so that like everyone can use it. So it's not like for specific for one student, but they can arrange it for themselves. So we for example, they all needed. So for example, like in the green components, they're like one box with one box with layer between them, so they can like, you know, divide it into two. And there's a lot big more box, like a bigger box, so that, I don't know, maybe like they can put more bulky components in there. So we come up with that, the pictures and the research, and we also look for the you know, the other like examples of these kind of components. So we come up from there.
So do you provide to user to make different composition out of that? For example, what if I need more clips than shelves? Can I make that kind of compositions?
Yes, of course. Like
during purchase? Is it during purchase or during usage? If I change my mind, can I get somewhere and visit somewhere and get more hanger or get more clink? Do you have that kind of scenario?
Yeah, like we think that like when so in the like COVID environment, people are probably going to order it from online, and in the online we just like show these components, and like we can like give them a number, like you can choose 6 components from here, and every student can choose for themselves. So like if I have like more pens, like we said it in the if I like have more pens, I just like put more, I'll have like more green boxes besides shells. Or we also like made a blackboard in it, so if I just like need to like put more, I don't know, notes in that, I can also have this. So we actually, this was our actually main point. This is why we made like various components.
Yeah. And besides your proposed components, maybe you can consider a universal attachment detail that the user can use with their existing accessories to attach their accessories to the main unit. I may prefer your accessories, or I may not. I may still want to use my own pen holder rather than using that. Maybe I need a wider holder for that. So maybe you can propose a kind of universal attachment. That's why I asked, is it permanently attached to the accessories, or a kind of attachment detail between those accessories and the main board? But besides that, thank you for your effort.
Thank you. I just also want to show this component. Yelena, can you show the hanger? I know this is not the thing you meant, but we also wanted to made a hanger that people can attach, like, I don't know, hang their thing for the here. Like there, I don't know.
For example, a headphone maybe, whenever they want, maybe some necklace or something for every user.
Clips also that like can, in the, we can see it in
All
here.
right. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I would also like to make a few comments. Well, first of all, thank you for your presentation. I think the solution is quite compact, but I do have some questions about sort of the measurement of it. Because that shelving unit, there's a little shelf behind or under the pin board, basically. That is, I think in the technical drawings, is 12 centimeters wide, like thick. No, not thick, wide, I should say. That seems very, very compact. And I'm wondering if it interferes with the pin board. We can customize that. We can attach things onto that pin board, but that might also leave us no space to use that shelving unit. Perhaps that shelf could have been a bit larger, I'm thinking, to really place some materials on it to use as an organizer. Likewise, like the storage unit on the side of the table, I think that's we know kind of solutions like that. It works as an organizer, but I think in the technical drawing, and I should search the page that it is, it seems to be only 3 centimeters, like that is on the second board in the left top. The technical drawing there seems to be 32 millimeters a width. I think that is really that's too small to really even put some papers in. No, not this page actually. It's I think one up. So I think we're going from left to right. If you want to show it on the screen. So I think that space is a little bit too narrow. My question would be, how do we lock the folding mechanism? I think it works, but in order to move it, how do we sort of prevent it from wobbling while we are rolling it to somewhere else in the room?
The hinges that connect the two parts of the table are frog hinges. They are they are completely lock themselves after holding. That's how it gets locked, I can say.
And where do we see those on the technical drawing, those hinges?
Can you zoom on the table's hinges, Yulenay?
Here. Is it here?
Uh-huh. It was a a standard component, so I didn't make the section views of it.
Yeah, okay. I think it might still wobble. I understand it's a guided movement, but we might still want to give a user a bit of control on whether to lock and unlock the mechanism.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's all for now from me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One other question. I just looked at my notes quickly. The shelving that I talked about, that little shelf, how is that supported? Do we need that many? There seem to be some rivets under it. Do we need such a structure under it to keep it in place? Because it's already part of the main frame of the unit. I couldn't understand the technical drawing there actually. I think it's one up.
Are you talking about the shelf of the pegboard? The shelf between the legs. Okay.
Yeah, the horizontal shelving there.
Okay.
So I think,
can you open the pegboard? Yeah.
Pegboard. Here?
Yes. The big one. Yes, this one.
Here. Yes.
I thought that so it was kind of a long shelf, so I put a little bit more supports under it. It also helps the legs to not bend because they're all just profiles.
But the legs should be able to carry that, I think, and we would support the shelf in a sort of in the length, some kind of profile, perhaps, because it will still sort of start to wave like this, especially since you choose ABS as a material there, which can be quite stiff, but it can also have a support structure in it already, because you're making the assembly a little bit difficult, adding all these separate materials. If we just have a sort of a grid structure under the shelf, that shelf can be sturdy enough, especially since it's not that wide. So it can be a bit simplified there, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Maybe I can say a couple of things. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think the scenario works really, really well. I think the sort of problem that you noticed is quite real. We were just talking with some PhD students just, I don't know, an hour ago, and they were talking about how working and sleeping in the same place for a lot of, for a long time is really depressing. So I think it's a really good idea, but I wouldn't take it to the living room really, maybe to the balcony or maybe to the garden, right?
Actually, yeah.
Because it's, yeah.
That was we always, sorry for interrupting, but we always say in our critics and say, we're going to balcony, but I don't know, I think forget to put it in scenario.
Yeah, because that's a really strong part of this, to be able to take it to open air.
Yeah.
Away from other people in the room, if you're sharing a room and so on, not really to living room where there is often a television and all. But I really love the scenario and I really like your approach to it. I think it's a really good idea to have a permanent workstation plus a moving part, because it's not like I'm going to move everything. I just need a table and a couple of things, okay? But I still have some critics about the way you applied this value. You turned this scenario into a real product. I think there is much to be desired yet. So its scenario is 10 of 10, but I'm not quite sure about the product itself. I'm particularly worried about the structure. You know, when you open it up, it's like more than a meter high and standing on two spindly legs. There is nothing to stop the legs from going like, you know, there is no strong detail that something that gives tension and keeps them like this, but will go, you know, open up the legs. Especially when you move it up, it will get really wobbly, you know, it will move around a lot. There are stuff like that. And also about the pegboard, I'm not entirely happy that you have to drill 6 times into the mainframe to attach it there, where you could just hang it, right? Hang it and put 2 screws, even 1 screw, and it would be enough because it's plastic anyways. But you choose to put 6 holes. So I'm worried about, I mean, my worries are exclusively about the structure. But I understand that without workshop conditions, without capacity to make, you know, larger models, I looked at your mock-ups, they are like this big. So it's not difficult. I mean, it is difficult to see these sort of problems with that level of detail. So I guess that's all right. And I also agree with the problems with the accessories. I was wondering why you choose, so this is a question, why did you choose the acrylic rather than textile, for example?
For our transparent components, we needed to use acrylic, so and said like we don't need to use that much of a variety of materials, let's make them all acrylic.
Yes.
And for the textile, so we also want it to be rigid because, you know, when we like move it in here, so it can be like, you know, there is no like, we couldn't, I think, I'm sorry, I'm stuck putting it together. We couldn't like resemble it with our like environment. So like I'm working in my environment, there's not much textile environment. Maybe it's just like because we couldn't understand the possibility of the, you know, textile opportunity.
I think it could be explored. The rigid components, for example, the shelf, you put a book on the shelf in the picture. If it's 2 books, there will be a lot of strain on the plastic, the attachment part, and 3 books, it's broken. But, and also when you bend, you know, pull it like this to push it and move it around, because the material doesn't sag, you know, everything can topple over like those headphones. But with textiles, things are easy. You can just stuff a couple of books into a bag and take them outside. You don't need to be really, you know, strict and rigid like this. Basically because a lot of structural and usage problems come with this sort of, you know, accessories. I agree with Arda that most of them are really small, but with textile, you could have more flexibility and so on.
I'm agree with that, but I think that's the another reason that when we're like stuck with the, you know, vision, and we just probably couldn't see the how can we like manage, how can we imagine the textile can like become a form. And like I think that when we're like designing from the vision and stuff, it will just as easier to make these decisions than think of.
That's a really good point. It's very difficult to play around with textile on the computer screen, but if you were doing like 50 centimeter long high stuff, you would want to push string through those holes, and you would start developing that sort of idea. But congratulations, really. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. How about the time actually? I think we have exceeded 20 minutes, but we can actually excuse this because of being the first group. If there are no other comments or questions from our jury members, shall we?
Quick something.
Okay, Ece.
I totally agree with a lot of critics that have been done so far, so I'm not going to repeat anything. But I definitely congratulate these young people. going through this tough time and actually really living through all these problems by themselves. And I can really see that they managed to get the best points out of all these problems. I like the way they treated different body postures, different locations, and try to give answers to these different combinations, like different postures, bending here and there, maybe not even balcony, but they even thought about it and they have the answers to most of the questions in a very, very well thought way. I can really see that they thought about it, like all these questions. So yeah, well, the structure is really hard when you move things around, but at least your story is right. You're trying to move things around because you don't want to do it in one spot. So I really thought that you had very, very positive points. You figured it out. I know if you had more time and better conditions, you can really go through a better detail because your instructors are right about all these flapping, holding, folding stuff. Then, and one more thing that I really liked in your comments, your answers, you said that you want to do in such a way that so that people can order it and can do it in the home by themselves. I like that attitude too, because that's how we're going to live through for a while. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Then shall we move on our second group? The next group, please.
Welcome to the origin story of my kind and Earth. I saw these students struggling a lot, and it was inevitable for me and my fellows to help these little blue creatures.
This is Selin. She returned to her hometown because of online education, but she had already forgotten that she couldn't have a room in her own home. She tries to continue her university life at a small table. Unfortunately, the table cannot respond to her needs anyway. Hence, from time to time, she accidentally drops her belongings on the floor and gets insane.
Hello, I am Sardar. I forget important dates. I stick them on my wall using post-its, but they fall over time. Sometimes I write them on my wall, but it's not a very clean solution.
This is Jeku, and this is Coffee. Since the online education has been started, they sabotaging my online lectures. All the time, they are in my background. They drink water from my cup. They climb my bookshelf. If I don't get them in my room, they scratch my door for hours. As a result of this, I don't focus the lectures. I have to solve this problem immediately.
Hey, I am Hans Bilal. I went to Germany for my Erasmus program, but couldn't come back because of COVID-19. I here live in my aunt's house, sharing a room with my cousin, and he is a sleeper. I can't keep the lights open at nights. I started to believe that the only thing that can save me is probably from another galaxy.
As you can see, it was just the right time to travel to Earth with all my mighty friends. I was helping these students and making them smile. But it is not the end. There are very more students to help.
I hope everyone enjoyed the video. Our project's name is Expand, and our goal was to create a compact and expandable study setting, which can be used fully functioning also in its compact version. It can be closed in the summers to save some space. It has several features, such as green screen or for online meetings or product videos, as we did just now. Also, it has whiteboard for note-taking, adjustable shelves, portable table, and lights. We put the lights and green screen on one table because as we watched people in our field research, we saw that they don't do every task in the same table generally. So we gave two tables, two different tasks. The one with the green screen and lights are mainly for, let's say, architectural faculty stuff. For example, let's talk about that. It's for like drawing something or making mock-ups on it. The other one is for daily tasks like watching Netflix or maybe note-taking and the like. This is our main visualization poster, and this is the storyboard of our product. Also, there's some technical drawings that we did. My friends will mention about it.
It's a technical drawing of compact version. In circle D and E, we attached the lighting and wheels with nuts and bolts. In circle F, you can see the attachment of green screen. It is hanged to the profile.
And this one is the technical drawing of expanded version of our product. It can be seen that details of pivots for foldable tables in J and K, openable legs in M, and shelf holder in L. And also our product has the height of 170 centimeter and the width of 130 centimeter in compact version and 180 centimeter in expanded version. Here we can see the top views of three versions of our product, top, front, and projected view, actually.
For our main structure, we use two types of aluminum profiles, and for our foldable table decks, we use square aluminum profiles. Our materials of tables and shelves are particle board, fiber board, and melamine foil. Our backboards are made up of 2 mm plywood. Our shelf holders are L profiles, again 2 mm thickness. Our pivots are aluminum also. And our joining methods for wheel and lights are nuts and bolts, and for table lock, it's screws.
Okay, your explanations are finished, I guess, right?
Yes.
So we may, for example, ask our jury members to, comment on them.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, thank you. If I may start. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
I understand, I think, the considerations that you made. As you say in your video, it has a transformer style, and
yes.
the product also feels a bit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I have a few questions. I think overall the solution is very large and massive, and especially since you say that currently some students are working in small spaces, such a solution might be too large. So in that sense, maybe your scenario asks, the way that you present it in the video asks for a more compact solution. And I see that you have your solution sort of foldable or expandable, as you say,
yes.
so we can strip it down. I'm just not 100% sure how that works, because I see one part folding up and down. That is very clear. But in the expanded version, I see something in the corner of the room. The table is extending there. Where does that part go in the corner? Because in the compact version, that is not there. So is that a part of the right part where the green screen is? It's a bit difficult to explain, but I hope. Where does the work surface go, basically?
You asked this one, right?
Yes.
It goes. You can turn it with its wheels, and it goes like here. You can fold this table to the wall and close this one, so it can come here. So in its compact version, there is all the elements are in there.
Yeah. And how do we adjust the height then? Because at the moment, like in the expanded version, the entire table is on one level. We fold one part up, some part folds down, like at the back. But there are some parts, I think, remaining on the same height. Can we adjust the height of the right part, the green screen part, to fold under it?
Actually, it's like this. When you fold this foldable desk, like here, the shelves are a little bit higher than this one's height, so it can go underneath of it.
Right. Okay. I think in your presentation it would be good to have that as part of your scenario somehow, that we can see that process to explain that a little bit further. My next question, and is my last one, to give some space for others. Why do we need to fold the green screen? Because it seems to be always parallel to the wall. Why do we need to fold that up and down?
Actually, our main purpose was to make this with wheels, so it doesn't have to be always in the side. It can be removed other places, and also not only for Zoom meetings. We also thought that people in this current situations needs lots of presentations, and for presentations, videos, green screen is a good option. So we wanted to add it to this area.
Well, I have no objections to the green screen itself, but I think if you add the functionality of moving it, then you also create a certain space that you can maybe then use for other practices or other functions. I don't see the benefit of really moving it aside. Okay, that was all for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I continue with the green screen when the time comes? I'm not sure about the direction of the lighting units of the green screen, because as I know, the direction should be the opposite way, isn't it? Because now it's on my back, so it should be in front of me. Because usually I have some meetings in the evening, and the light on my back usually sparked too much, and my face started to get darker. Not sure with the direction, because it's not flexible, it's very strict. The direction, yes, you can adjust a little bit, but still it's because I'm facing back to the green screen.
Yes, it will be quite hard to use the lights when you are in an online meeting. We actually thought it like this. This table is mainly for like drawing or writing on nights, so maybe you can use the lights on that time. Yeah, but
As it is
it's not
on purpose on the top of the green screen, I thought that this is for the shootage. So that's why I asked why the direction of that the lightning is the opposite way.
Okay, yes, that was not so okay. I understood.
Another comment, I agree with the size of that platform. It's really big, and in real scenario, I think the user wouldn't change the configuration of that workspace in use. I believe they would set the configuration at once, at first, and then continue with it, because it's difficult to change. For example, for your compact version, the table with the green screen goes behind the main table. So I don't know, is it practical to make it? So I guess I would buy it and set it and leave it that way. So I'm questioning the existing of some of the components. Is it possible to not to buy some of the components during purchase? Because, for example, I just want to use the green screen. I like the idea of green screen, but I don't want to use that table in front, attached to that green screen. Can I? Is it? Yeah, it looks very flexible. That it looks like you can make lots of variations, configurations out of that, but you're still a bit preset options. Not, yani, it's not as flexible as it looks.
Okay. To be honest, we didn't think that these are choosable. Like you get all of them and use however you like, but it will be a good option if we added that.
If I would buy all of them, I would probably set all those at once and leave as it is, not change the configuration to compact version. And I was wondering your solution about the wandering cat sound, because in your video you also mentioned that, I'm just joking, you mentioned the cats wandering, but yes, I was wondering that, but yes. I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I can add something to those. Is it okay?
Sure. We are listening.
Okay. Adding to what Senem was saying, since it seems it's giving you options which sound good, then I expect to buy this as a whole, but be able to manage to use in a different corner. Like in your corner, your green screen's on the right-hand side, and the U-shape or the shelves on the left-hand side. What if I want to do the switch version? Maybe in my house, the configuration should be the other way around. So in that case, if I were you, if I'm designing something like this, and if I'm saying everyone can use it, so you should give some kind of flexibility to people. They can also build on the other way. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
that would be nice. That way everyone can think of their own place and manage to fit that into it. Because sometimes the daylight comes from right inside, sometimes from the other way. And it really bothers you when you're doing Zoom meetings, like Senem says, sometimes the light is not in the right direction or whatever. That would be nice to be able to, because the language of the product seems so, you know, like you can change, you can switch. That would be nice if you could have shown it to us.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I can say a couple of things.
Sure.
Thank you very much, and I agree with all of the comments so far. I would especially like to emphasize Ece Hoca's and Senem Hoca's comments about whether this is a modular system or something that transforms. To me, since you showed us the video and the posters, I've been trying to understand the story, the scenario behind it. I think part of the problem here, part of what we are struggling with, is that you don't tell us a compelling, an interesting story. So, for example, I've been trying to understand why there are three modes. Three, yeah. So what are these three modes? What do they correspond to? To me, they don't really correspond to anything. They don't really correspond to specific users. They don't really correspond to specific uses, you know, not users, but also users, like use scenarios. They're like parts coming together in different ways. So I think we are trying to make up for that non-existence of a compelling story. Okay? So maybe not especially for this one, but maybe something to keep in mind is that, you know, with designs we want to hear about the story behind it. We want to believe in that and get intrigued by it, but that's sort of lacking. So I was looking at your mock-ups and I was trying to understand where you came from. Can you tell us a couple of words, not too long, about where you came to this idea? What was the first idea? How did it change? So that maybe I can understand why you came up. I mean, the reasoning behind all these different ideas.
Sure. At first, we thought like we are living in our parents' house mainly these days, and sometimes in summer our how to say, our sisters or brothers come in our home, so we have to share our rooms with them. In the school time, we can use the expanded version of the product with a larger space, and when the summer comes or when we have to share our room with our brothers or sisters or someone else, we can switch to its compact version. That was our main concern. When we need to share our room or place with someone else, we will be able to save more space. That was the idea behind of our process.
Okay, yeah. So that's a really nice story, by the way. And maybe the way you use the space changes, which means your furniture should have at least two modes, should, you know, get smaller and get to the, you know, for example, the summer mode where there are no more courses and stuff, but then it gets into winter mode where you have to manage 4 or 5 courses.
Yes.
It's a good story. Yeah, I like that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. We thank you. We couldn't, I guess, project the story in our heads and to the storyboard or the video as well as we thought. Thank you for your comments.
I may add something. My comment is about the most expanded version of your product. When you open up all the tables,
yes,
you leave the user a very narrow area to move, which is quite overwhelming. That is why I agree with the other jury members that it should enable personalization in a better way. I used to have a U-shaped desk where the corners are used quite ineffectively. In theory, yes, you have a more space to work, but actually you don't have.
Okay.
So,
thanks.
If there are no other comments, maybe we can move on to the other
Sure.
project. Thank you arkadaşlar.
We thank you.
Sabahtan kalktım da sütü pişirdim, sütünde götürdüm, yar yar yere taşıdım. Burçak tarlasında aklım şaşırdı, babamda kızlar ne zoruymuş burçak olması. Burçak tarlasında yar yar gelip de olması. Eğdirmek
Can we start?
yes.
Yes, please.
Hello. At the beginning of this project, while we were determining our user personas, we have talked with people,
And our user persona was a university student who is studying online nowadays. And her day was like waking up, doing breakfast, studying, eating the dinner, studying again, and going to the sleep. So there was no exercise in her life. And there are people who do not exercise regularly or who doesn't like involving sports in their lives. But in normal education, whether or not during the day they were on the move, because while we are going to the cafeteria for our lunch or going from department to department was requiring walking. And we are all studying in Metu. If you don't have your own car, you have to walk a lot. Even going down to the canteen was an exercise for us, or going outside for smoking. I know smoking is not healthy, but while we are doing field research for this project, we saw researchers saying that sitting more than 6 hours a day can harm our body more than smoking. There were even titles saying sitting is the new version of smoking. So we wanted to focus on movelessness in online education. So we want to offer both standing and sitting postures. And we went one step further by also adding spinning. We use adjustable tabletop to use comfortable in all postures and also to serve different people with different heights. Then we use cycling pedals for spinning posture. We also have balance disc, which encourages you to move in standing posture. That balance disc also can be used as footrest. It rests on the tube while it is out of use. So our study unit offers 5 different postures, which are sitting, spinning, standing, balance disc posture, and footrest standing. That's it.
So our study setting consists of 3 main components. First one is our adjustable table. Our table's main function is that we can adjust the table height from 80 to 115 centimeter with the latches under the table. This function offers user to use table while sitting and standing positions. And there is a gap on the table surface and the place under this gap to hold the power strip. We prefer it to avoid cable tangling on the ground. Another component is our chair. The sitting surface of the chair referenced by the saddles on the bikes or bicycle exercise machines. It supports the hip of human body. This makes easier to move while the user pedaling. It's necessary to use bicycle mechanism in convenient way. Also, user can adjust the chair height according to his or her usage style. And when we pedaling, we get support from the back of the chair. So the chair should not be slipped. That's why we use rubber foot surfaces to avoid slipping. The last component is our balance disc. Its main function is that we can use it as a footrest when we don't want to do exercise. So here is our storyboard. It's all about how we can use the Get Up study setting. Firstly, we can adjust the table height from the latches under the table according to usage style. Generally, people prefer to use table in normal sitting position. In this position, we can use the balance disc as a footrest, and we can see the height of the chair and table position in the rectangle according to the model. If we want to start spinning, we should just slide the pedal mechanism in front of us and set the table according to the position. When we get tired of sitting, we can start working on standing with the changes on the table height. Again, if we want to do exercise on the standing position, we can just take the footrest and step on it to use it as a balance disc. If you don't want to do exercise, we can also use it as a footrest in the standing position. And here's our technical drawings. We use oak, plywoods on the surfaces, and steel in the legs frame. And there are polyamide gaskets on the connection part of the pedal mechanism to avoid friction and abrasion while we sliding it. And here is our chair and its measurements. And its last component, balance disc. It consists of two plywood parts that gathered by gluing, and we prefer non-slip pad coating on the surface. And here is our mock-up pictures. That's it. We have a pretty short animation video that shows how can user adjust our table.
Where are we viewing it?
Zeynepciğim oynatıyor musun?
Oynatıyor musun hocam?
I think Senem Hoca and Ece Hoca and a lot of people is down.
Arnet also have the problem. Maybe it's about.
I think about the campus, maybe.
Campus, yes.
I'm now connected with Mustapha's cellular phone.
Pardon.
So many people actually could you see the video actually?
I did, but
I saw it too.
Some people had problems, I think.
Yeah, at that time I dropped down. Zeynep, can you share the video link again? Because I lost the chat box too.
Senem is having trouble connecting.
Yeah, in the campus we have problem for 2 days. Yesterday was also it was a problem. Now I'm getting connected through a cellular phone.
Okay, I will suggest them.
Sunumumuz sırasında da problem yaşandı mı?
Hayır, sunumunuzu problemsiz dinledik. Fakat yani videoyu ben izleyemedim. Bu Watch Together olduğu için buradan da izleyemedim. Aslında belki bu arada videonuzun linkini de chatten paylaşırsanız.
Ben paylaşayım hocam tekrardan.
Ama
Evet, videonun linkini.
Videonun linkini mi paylaştın?
Yok, şimdi onu paylaşacağım.
Tamam, onu paylaşırsan belki herkes birbirinden bağımsız izleyebilir. Zeynep, sen videonun linkini paylaştın mı, yoksa bu son paylaştığım mı, oradan mı izleyeceğiz? Sesin gelmiyor.
Hocam son attığım YouTube linki şu anki grubun videosu. Chat'te.
Okay, so some of our jury members are having problem to join.
Hello.
Hello. So we had problems with internet connection. Could you watch the video? If you haven't watched, Zeynep actually share the video link again.
Okay.
YouTube, from YouTube actually, directly you can mute and you can watch. But Arnold is not here, I guess. How about
Arnett is not here. He's trying to connect, but I connected via my mobile phone. I guess the computer connection is still not working very well. That's why he's not connected yet.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about my data capacity, my mobile phone, so we will see.
Yeah, we'll see. I also joined with mobile phone.
Are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Arnold is back.
Okay, Arnold. Arnold, are you connected via campus email?
I am now connected via Eduroam. I was actually, but so I don't know really what happened. I was suddenly out.
Okay.
Apologies for that. I think I've missed a bit. Shall I make a few comments, or did you move on?
Actually, if you haven't watched the video, you can actually watch it through the YouTube link
Sure.
Zeynep provided.
Okay.
You can mute and watch. And we are missing now Ece Yalım. Gülşen Hoca. We are missing Gülşen Hoca.
Here, I'm here. I also connect with my cellular phone.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, maybe we can continue with the jury members who have seen the presentation.
Okay. So, shall I comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was thinking about similar solutions currently in office furniture, and I was wondering if you came across similar stuff during your market research, and how you think your idea changes from or borrows from similar ideas about exercise in the office, exercise while sitting. So, can you comment on that?
Similar ideas like standing desk?
I don't know, whatever you came across.
Whatever we came across, I couldn't really understand the question here.
Yeah, the question is, have you come across, have you seen similar stuff?
Oh, yes, the mechanism we use.
Pedals or balance discs, and how is your own solution related to them is my question.
I can answer if you want.
Yeah, please answer, Mary.
There were standing discs in the market, but most of them were really expensive because they were working with electricity. And since they are using electricity, there were cables under the table. But at the beginning of the project, we were identified cables as a problem too while studying, because we are using devices which are using electricity. So we don't want to use cable, and also want to offer a standing desk which isn't too expensive without using electricity. We find that mechanism, and there were also cycling pedals units separate from desks. We wanted to adjust it to the desk. We want to combine both standing, spinning, and sitting. And also there wasn't a chair especially for both sitting and standing, sitting and spinning. We want to combine them, and the balance disc actually we find it from sports markets. There wasn't any combination with studying. We want to combine it with also studying, but at the markets there were their movement was like 360 degrees. This was too much. In order to study, not to distract too much, we just used one axis. We changed its surface, which is touching to the ground. That's the combination of all of them from market, actually.
Yeah, I found it interesting that you took some ideas that are out there and you tried to combine it here. But I also felt that while moving those ideas here, they might have lost some of their aspects or efficiency. For example, the cycling pedals, is there an extra resistance, or are they just...
Yes, actually there are resistance. Can you show the second poster? We have also resistance adjustable button. I don't know how to say. You can adjust the resistance wherever you want.
The screw.
Can you do that within this limit? Because as far as I know, these cycling stuff are really big and can give a lot of resistance to you. But
it's not definitely as efficient as the big ones, but it doesn't need to be. But it has some degree, but you also have a point.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I was also worried about where are you going to push that cycle? You are going to push it all the way to the left?
All right.
All right, that's the solution.
Yeah, you can slide it.
Yeah. So you can still bump your feet and stuff. So my general criticism about this is, it feels like, you brought stuff together, but they didn't get transformed enough to get a part of a total solution. That's what I'm trying to convey here. Other than that, I'm happy with the general idea. I think I was commenting on the other two teams as well. You have a compelling story and something that is really interesting here.
Thank you.
But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Well, I would like to make a few comments, although I may have missed a few things, so I risk saying double things. In general, I appreciate the sort of the different concept or the different approach, inserting this bodily movement into this seating concept. I share the concerns of Harun actually. Overall, I'm just not sure about the stability of the whole unit, because there's not really a connection between the left and the right leg, so to say, apart from the table that we use. So I'm not sure about the rigidity of the system, so to say. I think it will. Oops, I'll put my camera on. I think it will start to flop, sort of left to right. Also, I have concerns about the pedaling as well. Although I like the idea. I mean, it's an original concept. You're inserting those rods sort of left to right. It's a big structure that will always be there, somehow in the way. Just to be able to move it a little bit to the left or to the right. There may have been another solution of putting that system or sort of integrating that system without adding all that material to it. And on top of that, I think the pedals look a bit too small. Like in the length, I think the radius of the circle is really tiny. But that may be also because in the technical drawing it seems to be a bit in perspective. So I couldn't find the exact measurements of the sort of the pedals. I'm not sure if I understand the proportions correctly. Lastly, well, I think it's in a way a clever idea that the two levels of the table can sort of they can level up. So we have this 4-rod system. But again, that is also quite a bit of material, and there may have been a bit more flexibility. Maybe one of them could have been also used as a sort of a backplate to attach things to, rather than just keeping them as two tables. I think there could have been a bit more flexibility there, since you are sort of searching in that direction. Lastly, about the chair. I think you have designed a saddle-like seating, so that is something that you've thought about clearly. And I think the rubber legs, in a way, also make sense because, of course, we exert pressure on it. But still, it looks a bit like a sort of a standard chair in the sense in its legs or the armrests coming from the side like that. I think there could have been a bit more. Maybe detail related to the movement, the concept of movement there. So I think the chair is a bit disconnected. Lastly, really my last comment, the balance disc is really a separate disc. I wonder, that's a question, where do we store it? Where do we keep that platform?
It has
is that loose?
No, we just hang it to the tubes.
Yeah. The tubes.
Like this.
It can also be used as footrest while sitting or standing. It just rests on top of the tubes.
Okay. And if I don't want to use it, I also slide it to the side. That's the idea. Right. Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Sorry, about the rigidity, I want to make it more clear. To hold the tables, there are 2 pivot points on the one leg, on the back. These ones, and there is a dampers under the tables to hold the movement of the table.
We have 3 tubes at the down part, actually.
So we provide 2 supports, one from the back and one from the front.
Okay, but there's nothing diagonal, isn't it? I'll have a look at the technicals. I mean, I think there's only the horizontal levels, so I still think there is this kind of movement. I'll have a look at the technicals. Thank you for that comment. Okay.
Also, our pedals could be small, but our table height is 115 centimeters. So if we slide it, we think that it will be there will be proper area for the rest of our feet.
Did we exceed time too much? I have very little comments on it. Sorry for that. I was on and off. I think it's a very valid problem, the physical issues. We're not moving on the table. So I agree. I appreciate your approach. Maybe you have already discussed about it, but my concern is there should be a prompt that encourages the user to move. Because cycling, especially for cycling and for balance disc, those might be lost in the sky. The user may not remember to cycle or make balancing. But yes, for foot resting, standing, or adjusting the height of the chair and the table, yes, you don't have to make any prompt to the user to encourage the user for that. But especially for cycling and balance this, I think your design, your proposal needs more engaging, more encouraging thing. I don't know, maybe just you need other accessories for that to remind the user to get up and cycle or balancing, or maybe by the form language also you can give that prompt to the user. But I'm a bit suspicious about the cycling pedals in the balance disc. And for saddle shape chair, I'm not sure, because I think the saddle is not a comfortable thing to sit on for a while, because I remember when I was cycling, my butt was getting too hard after a while, after cycling too much. So I don't know why you choose that shape for seating. I think that was all from my side. Thank you.
Actually, about the sitting surface, it's our choice. We don't want it to be too much comfortable because as you can say, we want to encourage to do exercise and movement. And also in the cycle mechanism and a balance disc, as Harun Hoca said, it's they are separate mechanism actually in the real world, but we wanted to create a connection between the table, so user always see the mechanisms, and it encourages to do some exercises. We think like that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other comments or questions, shall we move on to the next group?
Hakuna Matata. Seni sevdiğim için hiç kimseyi sevmedim. Şimdi acıklı tüm şarkı. Evet işte buradayım gözünün önünde. Yüzün işte karşımda, içimi bölsene. Sevdim mi sevmedim mi, sevmedim mi sevdim mi, hangisini bilemedim, hadi söylesene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mommy got an ass like a donkey with a monkey, look like King Kong. Welcome to the crib, real fast, that's what it is with the women down here. All the they don't play games, they off the chain, and they love to do everything and anything. And they love to get it in, get it on all night long. They want me, you know I want you. I know you want me, you know I want you. I know you want me, you know I want you. I know you want me, you know I want you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
If everyone watched the video, we can start.
Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoy the video. I want to introduce some of the previous parts of our project. We first we learned the setting project. We think we design a table. But when we decide on our user group, which are the Faculty of Economics and Administrative Sciences or the Faculty of Humanities, we realized with our interviews they need more comfortable and ergonomic places to doing their work, because they always use their laptop to study. And you can see our first ideas as study unit with the sketches, previous mock-ups, but after we interview them again, and they say they usually study on their bed or on the couch, so we realized they need more comfortable places in their home to study. So we started to design a seat with all the needs. They combine all their needs, and you can see the idea sketches and the 3D modeling we used before, and you can see the finalized mock-up the top of right, and we named it Homey. And Homey is designed to provide a comfortable and ergonomic setting for the students who carry their work on the computer or laptop. And it has 3 parts: footrest, adjustable laptop stand, and the seat unit with adjustable backrest. And the Homey's color palette is inspired by the rainbow, so it has 6 colors, and user can choose all the parts with a different colors. And Cansu will continue with the functions of Homey.
As you can see here, 4 different functions of the product are described. The first adjustable backrest is shown on the image. Other image describe 3 different functions that the table has. These are adjustable height, adjustable angle, and adjustable horizontal position. These functions allows the user a more comfortably working environment, and user can easily get up from the product or sit back. And these functions enable the user to work in different positions too. Now we can see these functions in scenario poster. The first user works in sofa, but it's disturb her because she is not in the right position. For this reason, user preferred the Homey. After that, user adjusts her back to the right posture, and user also adjusts the correct height of the table, so that the angle of the user head is not disturbed her. Then a user changed the angle of the table and provides a more comfortable use, and with the computer. In the last science, because of the adjustable changing position function, this product can also use for non-working activities too. For example, relax or just reading book or watching TV. And now Burjay will tell you about the technical features about the product.
As you can see, this poster is include Homey's production and material, and some part is cut out in order to see the details like mechanism or connection parts. And top of the armchair is consists of shelf, frame, cohesion, and fabric. And you can see the right of the page what material are used and what type of production process are used. And you will see more detailed mechanism and connection part in technical drawing. Then you can see the orthographic and some section view of the Homey's seat, and also the frame part. All measurements are in the poster and in millimeter. In adjustable backrest mechanism, we inspired to seat automobile seat mechanism. We try to develop the mechanism to homies. You will see section C, and then just in this part have footrest and the tables, orthographic and section view, and also some details part in the tables, adjustable height and adjustable tilt mechanism. And you can see the adjustable tilt mechanism detail G and section H and I. And I think that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We can answer the question.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from our jurors?
Shall I start? And this is definitely the opposite direction of the previous team. Now you're sitting on it and never getting up, standing up, and maybe even sleeping on this couch. Yes, possible, but my question usually would be on the form, that how you come up with this form, because it really reminds me the 60s furniture design, because during 60s the plastic started to be used more common, more affordable, and people started to use the potentials of injection molding, fiberglass, and they started to use that technology on the furniture. And you see lots of design coaches with ball shape on 60s. But now currently we are starting to give away the plastic usage. But when I see your design, it's full of polypropylene, polyurethane, and that, how did you decide, what was your decision to, while coming up this form? I was really wondering that.
Actually, as you can remember, all of the second year studies about this history of industrial design, material processing, manufacturing class, all of the class, we learned these things. And actually it's inspired us really, because you can see the sketch part. We try to develop a chair seat structure with different forms, and we search every armchair, and we see when they're try to make more comfortable and this kind of stuff, they use it. They use that kind of a form. They covers their sides for increase the focus and everything, and it's actually gives a modern look. We think about this, and we use the polypropylene in around it, because actually it's I don't know how I can say, it's more easily with look good with every furniture, every color furniture, so they can use their home as a one unit. But with the white color option, it I think it will be used more easily to choosable. We think about it. Yeah, it's kind of old thinking. We realize now.
What I'm asking is because this shape is really dominant. Because if I decided to buy this couch, that means it will be one of a kind furniture in my living room. So it will catch the eyes on it. So I'm questioning, because yes, definitely I'm 100% sure that it's very comfortable. It sounds, and I appreciate your form evolution, because you developed it very well. But I'm still questioning, do I really need to use that much material to make the user comfortable? For example, hammock. Hammock also is a very comfortable and very lightweight product. You can sit on it and swing and take your drink and laptop, because, and another comment on that, this is a really comfortable coach, but what makes it specific, peculiar to online learning? It looks like a television. After COVID or Corona, I can use this product on my television, behind my television. There's no reason not to do that. But what makes it really for specific, specialized for online learning? What are the features of your design? Rather than, I mean, yes, you have a footrest, you have a surface for the laptop. So, is there anything else making this couch a product for encouraging, and boosting the online education?
Actually, we research and we talk with the users. Most of the our users use this product in sofa or bed. So, and really some users don't want to study with the desk and chair because they, I don't know, get bored or just don't want this because they just study with the computer. So they want a more fresh place. I don't know. So we just want to make their posture more right and don't want to. It just
actually in this product, when I said before beginning of the presentation, we really surprised that we came up with this kind of a thing, because with first of the time we start with the project, we look ourselves and we listed our problems, and it's opposite of this kind of a situation with our study of industrial design. But when we interview them, they they read their documents in ours, and they need something comfortable for their posture, and it's kind of their works not like us. It's not like study with usual type, and we focus on that kind of a user. So maybe it will good them, because when they're done their study thing, they want this product, they want this furniture in their house as a comfortable chair also. But we try to manage with the table, the laptop stand with the laptop I don't know, angle and every possible way. But our user group made to think with design something like that. Actually, we didn't expect that study setting came up with our ideas. We surprised also.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a very brave decision, because you're not encouraging the user to use other materials rather than their laptops on that setting. It's a very brave decision, because what if I want to use my paper notebook? What if I want to sketch something? It's also open to discussion, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, you may go on. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I'm sorry. Actually, in online learning in such a pandemic situation, they cannot print their papers. They say to us, they only write reflection papers, and they made I don't know, Zoom meeting with their teacher, and we list of these problems, and actually it solves everything in that situation, in such a pandemic online learning situation. But in the normal learning, normal days, maybe they go to the library, they don't look the article in their computer, they just borrow the book and they want to read it. But we didn't catch some problem with our interview, so Yeah, maybe it's kind very brave. I realized it now, but yeah, we solve these problems that are listed.
Thank you. And you also put your design behind you. I just seen the background image. Berfin. Arkanda tasarımınız duruyor. Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on that? If that's all right. Thanks, Anna. So I was thinking about the same thing as Senem Hoca was saying. You know, I really consider this a very brave project. I really like it when students try to think outside the box and try to challenge the brief. It's really good, but it's dangerous. Okay, because in a sense, what you're saying is you didn't have to design anything because they're already solving their problems on a sofa. So so you were saying that these guys don't need office furniture, so we designed them something that's not office furniture. So my question would then be, why not design them a bed, or why not design them a sofa? You know, if they can solve their problems on this stuff, why are you even coming up with a new product? So I agree with Senem Hoca that, you know, an office chair, I mean, if this is for study, you know, what if they want to drink coffee? What are they going to do?
With the mouse pad, it's a long way to. It gives the possibility to they put their coffee on it, because there are surface in there for their mouse, and also they can put something. We see it on the scenario, but it's a little part. So
yeah, I mean, but you understand sort of the problem. I mean, I'm using my laptop. I'm having a coffee here because I didn't have quite a nice lunch. I have a biscuit, and I have my mouse here, and I have my headphones here. So these are all on the desk, even though I only use my laptop, to be honest. And sometimes I have to bring in my notebook and put it on. So I'm not going to go on with the details. I know that you have imagined these, and you know, even though you imagined these, you still came up with this idea, which was very brave. But maybe, as a general comment, I would try and suggest you something about scenarios.
Yeah.
So you have a really nice story to tell. You have a good user group, which is not you, which is really good, because it's not a good idea to design for oneself, because there is only one of you. So you have a definite user group with definite needs, but in the future, use your scenarios not to omit details, but to detail your product. Okay? So you might say that, okay, they don't need a table, but that's only the starting point. If you want to design a convincing scenario, it means that you are going to add more details to your scenario and not use it, not to omit details out of the project, but add details to the project. For example, my first go-to example would be the gamer chairs. Have you looked at gamer chairs?
Yeah.
They look very much like this, but they are not like this at all. For example, ergonomically, if you are using a laptop, a mouse or something, you need somewhere to put your elbow on. And because everybody has different heights, it needs to be height adjustable, right? So if I go back, can I still use those elbow things? If I go forward, can I? Because I might be thick, I might be, you know, with gamer products, you can see that they got rid of the idea of an office space, but they didn't stop there. They started thinking about the specific ergonomic and practical considerations of playing computers and sitting on a specific chair for them. So that's all. I don't want to take any more of your time. So yeah. Thank you very much.
I'd like to add something, but I don't know if the internet is good. Do you hear me?
yeah, we hear you.
Yes. Okay. As far as I heard the other critics, I totally agree with all of them. It's a courageous step to go after the one before, right? Doing all these exercises, maybe we need some rest, which is totally fine. But I think what Senem and Hara was trying to say in my words is like, your project is a potential, but you're actually not using the potential. So if it's comfortable, you really have to make it work. Just a swinging or moving table is really not enough to give that comfort. When I look at this product, actually, if you go back to your ideal sketches, you have interesting hub-like products there, which matches with your ideas much better. This seems like a really executive chair to me, but if you're going forward like this, be more courageous, put some speakers on it, so that I can maybe listen, these books that they actually read through, so you just sit and listen a book, which we do a lot at home during this Corona time after we do a lot of work. Do meditation, do something more. So I think you really have to use the potential. If you cannot really do drafting on this, so do something else. So give people that more choices in the Corona times, spending so much time in front of the table with back hurt. If I'm going to sit on this, I should be able to do more than sleeping. I think that's the main thing you should have gone for. And your first sketches, idea sketches, have a couple of interesting ideas. But the end result for me is like a really high executive chair. I understand your point, but I think somewhere you really lost the power of playing with the form to support your own idea.
Thank you. We actually looks like we did nothing in here, but I know we have much difficulties to combine our mechanism to our chair, and we try to carry the form with its less time, its less form, and we also when first ideas we look at first unit, we said okay, it looks like a office furniture because it creates boundaries and everything, but we are at home and we want to be relaxed. We don't want to think about the pandemic situation. We want to user be more comfortable and more enjoyable their studies and at time all these stuffs. But I clearly see we have some problems and seeing these scenarios and the products as we see before. Is this so before? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You did really worked a lot. I can see that.
I would also like to make a few comments. I totally agree with the previous speakers. I especially struggle with understanding your scenario. I just don't really get the considerations that came out of it and how you adjusted your project for it. So I think the thing that you came up with, although I understand you've made a lot of considerations, the thing that you came up with in the end is for me very standard futai with a sort of an ottoman or a poof or how you call it. And I really think it lacks the flexibility that we would expect for such a workspace. At the moment, we can only adjust the backrest, and the table is sort of rotatable. A few sort of detailed comments. I think the table, you have a sort of interesting solution there, that the table splits, right? There's part of the table is rotating, and a part of on the right sort of stays in place. Yeah, it looks a little bit asymmetric. So I suppose for a left-handed person, I mean, we can't easily really rotate the table around to the other side, right? Because the axis is not really in the middle, etc. But apart from that, I think, for example, the part that we rotate of the table is quite small. It barely fits a laptop. So even in the current positioning, I think that little edge on the right will be quite difficult, because that stays horizontal and probably the mouse will be on there. That part will start to get into the way. I think the biggest issue of me is with the table. It has an enormous leg, although because it has a large momentum, it has a large overhang. So you made that base, but it also makes it really heavy. And in it's really heavy, but then it doesn't really add more flexibility. So I think there's a tension field there that could have been solved differently. Because we can only rotate the table, we can't move it really, you know, around us. And in that sense, in your scenario, I think you should have been maybe a bit wider so that it's in a student home, sort of a room, I suppose. I can't really understand. So maybe the different positions that you're talking about in the movie could have been also incorporated in your design solution here. Apart from only the backrest, we need more, even for just normal sitting positions. So I think that could have been a bit more expanded. And actually, in your scenario, I think that's page 4 there, on the left top, I think we are looking at it at the moment, since you have rendered the cushions in yellow and the bench that is there is also having a yellow cushion, it almost feels like we can transform it from a bench to a seating. And perhaps that could have been a direction to really to make it a bit more of a spacious thing, or more like a hub, like the previous commenter said, based on your initial ideas. So there is a bit more space. I think you should have incorporated more flexibility there.
Thank you.
That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We understand we are colleagues. Yeah,
okay, thank you. If there are no more other comments, can we pass to the next group?
Okay. Hello, everyone. The aim of our project was to create 2 different study environments. We wanted to do this because back when online education wasn't the norm, we had a choice regarding where we wanted to study. So when we had exams coming up and needed to focus, we could go to the library, or when we had studio projects to do, we could use the large open tables in our studios. But now we have to study for all of our different types of classes from our home, in which space is a big issue, of course. The space in our home is much more limited than that of our campus. We thought about how we could reflect this choice of study environment in the restriction of a home. That is how we came up with Ruga. Ruga is essentially 2 tables in one, all while taking up as little space as possible. The switch from one table to other is easy and intuitive. When the white surface is closed, the table provides a large and open working surface to stimulate creativity and free thinking. When the white surface is lifted up, an isolated atmosphere is created around the user, promoting focus. We also specifically wanted the lifting surface to be wide to further boost the open feeling. And isolated atmosphere is created around the user, promoting focus. As for the chair, so we offered 2 usage options for the table. We also wanted to do something similar with the chair. The chair can either be used as a standard 19-degree office chair with adjustable height, or the backrest can be folded down onto the seat to form a type of stool, which will be more comfortable to use when drawing.
So, moving on to details, Ruga has an isolation panel and corkboard that are not visible when the white surface is closed. only when the surface is open to provide the isolated environment we mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, when the white surface is closed, the top of the surface can be tilted like drafting table. There are also some common elements between the two environments. The storage area on the left, as you can see in the pictures, and also there are shelves plus the unmoving organization area on the right. The battery-powered lamp has specified slots but can also be moved freely around the desk. And also there are shelves plus the unmoving organization area on the right. The battery power lamp has specified slots but can also be moved freely around the desk. And in here you can see the points we talk about we talk about in chronological order in here. And here our technical drawings are available separately for the open, and here the closed versions of these in here open and here closed versions of the table. You can also find detailed drawings on the right side of the open table in here. And the table is made of plywood with the white surface is being laminated plywood. And you can see all the components in here and their material and their production methods. Also, technical drawings of the chair are available on this page. It is made of fiber reinforced polyester with the ABS structure. And this is the exploded version of our chair. And in here you can also see all components and their materials and their production methods. And this is our previous mock-ups, and this is our finalized physical mock-ups. And this is our process, and there is a big changes in our model. But we keep our aim, but we change our physically. But that's all.
Okay, jury members.
Well, I can start. Okay, what I like is the solution that you have in the chair to make it sort of a standard chair, as well as this sort of standing, leaning kind of position. It's, I think, a clever use of geometry, so that works really well. But then again, it might also need an adjustment in height of the table, because we're going to maybe a bit more of a standing position in such a sort of support, since we are not really sitting on it then, but more leaning against it. But as a solution, I thought that may work. It is a desk, but still there is quite some flexibility to it. I like the touch for the drafting table, which makes sense for architecture or design students. So you considered your own situation there, I think. And the thing seems to be folding quite nicely together. Sort of the cavities that we have on the right, the little slots, that might be a simple, elegant solution to put things in. Yeah, what we see here on the second image on the top, basically there on the right, we see a triangle in it. It might also need a certain ridge on the shelf under it, right? Not for things not to fall out. My last comment is actually about the pockets that you provide. The sort of it's like a drawer, but then without a drawer, it seems, right? It seems very, sort of shelving, but it's very narrow and very deep. I think that may be difficult to access. I mean, that is not really something that we can easily put things and get them out, because it's too hidden, it's under the table, and then on top of that, we have to really sort of grasp in all the way to the back. So that, I think that part is something that you could really consider. That's all from my side.
I'd like to add something.
Sure.
Okay. I agree with your instructor's thoughts and addition to those. There are clever aspects. I like that. Simple, but handy. I don't know if you can still hear me though.
Yes.
It seems like.
We can hear you, I think.
Okay. So I was gonna ask, like, how do you handle two different heights of table? But then I saw your chair flapping and becoming like a stool, and suddenly I said, oh, okay. Well, they actually made a solution for that. Maybe you should have considered about the footrest. If I didn't hear any comments or no. I don't know if you mentioned it, but I think you need a footrest when it becomes like a stool, and if you're going to use it like that. Or hoping to see, during this online thing, you know, we have lots of screens. Like sometimes I have 2-3 screens at the same time on iPad, my telephone. I check the WhatsApp group at the same time, and you know, Zooming. I would really like to see how would you apply those devices and all these cabling on your scenario, because I think this is going to be one thing that you should be considering in these times if we're working from home. Did you ever think about that?
All the electronics we thought would be used when the white surface is opened, and as you can see on the this page here on the bottom right side, there's a little hole where the cables can be kept a bit more organized. But yeah, we didn't really think too much onto it, I guess. We just thought they would be kept on the bottom table.
Well, the reason I'm asking, your table has the potential. When I see that slot, I just thought of it like an easy way to hold an iPad together with the screen. At the same time, put my phone having charged at the same time. So you have the potential. You have spaces for that, and you see, it really suddenly becomes really full of things, and you have your coffee or tea cup with it, and it gets pretty dangerous. Recently, Bahar was having a hard time with the coffee on the laptop.
I cannot hear.
Yeah.
So I don't understand.
I'm gone, right?
Yes.
Internet is just kicking me out, but I'm just. Where did you stop hearing me?
I can hear you right now.
Okay, well, did I manage to tell you about this coffee spills on
Yes.
screen? Yeah, okay, so your table also can serve as like really organizing these kind of different objects and really making it safe enough for us to handle all these things and the cabling. You can add that to your project somehow. But apart from that, it's well thought. Well, yeah, we can argue about the dimensions, but for now, I think it's pretty good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I continue?
Yes.
I agree with the previous comment. I guess you improved it a lot when I compared the first mock-up and the final mock-up. And that, but you opt out some of the shelf solutions, but you came up with a better one. But I agree with the shelves behind the table. The design of that, it's very like cave detail. Seems that you have 2 shelves, but in reality you have 3 shelves because you can use the opening between the shelves as shelves. Anyway, on the other hand, you have 2 open on the top indents. The things that you put the slots that you inserted ruler. For example, if you insert something short, that means it will fall over this table. So there might be better details here. For example, although you have used the main structure as a design detail for example, the top surface or the white panel, you didn't use the main structure as a detail for your shells. It looks really additional add-on detail that you inserted the shells after you designed this product. We forgot to put the shells, let's make the shells and then insert the shells under the table. It seems that way. For example, when you look at the, I guess it was in the first timeout. Okay, sorry, I'm rushing. The leg of the table next to the shelves really disturbs me. I believe you can find a better solution for that. And another, my last comment is about the mechanism, because you have a whiteboard rotating different directions. In one position, it's rotating that direction, and the other one is that direction. And I'm checking the technical drawings. I believe you have resolved that problem, but on your technical drawings, I can see where detail B is coming from, but I couldn't find where is detail and C coming from. So, yes, here. I think this is a very important part of your design. You can give more details and sections to make it more convincing for the viewer, because I'm not really convinced how those two different mechanisms working from opposite directions.
Senem hocam, there is a lid. It's a second lid.
You have double side there.
Yeah, the top surface is made up of two surfaces on top of each other. Where can we see it?
All right. So yes, if you're using double-sided, then you have lots of different alternatives for that. You may elaborate on the scenario if you're sacrificing two surfaces for that detail. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have anything to add, so we can move on.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, hello. Our study unit is called Lenis, which means smooth in Latin, and the form of our product also resembles the name. Our main problems while designing our study unit were the lack of illumination on the desired areas, not being able to write down our notes or pin our post-its to a place next to our table so we could look at them while studying, lack of storage place for our belongings, and finally not being able to work at different areas such as on our beds or standing up. So we decided on our 3 main features based on these problems. Our features are an adjustable lamp, a 2-side panel with both a marker and pinboard, and finally a desk with lots of storage space and a portable and adjustable laptop table. Also, there are different color options possible for users' preference. Now Deren will continue.
Here is a close-up view of some functions and details of our design. First of all, the rotational 2-sided panel on the left side of the desk offers a practical way to place notes and post-its to the pinboard, or user can use the whiteboard side for taking notes or writing anything or other purposes. And this rotational panel can be secured by the 2 pins from ABS material. And secondly, to remove clutter from the desk, which can be really distracting during online education, this set offers different size compartments for different storage purposes. The clear acrylic parts can be used for the most used stationery items like pens, pencils, and the lower plywood rubber consists of a hidden smaller compartment inside, and the wider space button can be used for larger items like books and rulers. Also, through the interviews and our personal insights, we saw the importance of positive posture change and mobility for preventing back and neck pain. And for this reason, we put an portable and adjustable table on the side for providing opportunities for using in other places, like such as on couches or bed, or even standing up, which will Fatma continue later on. And for our insufficient lighting problem, we put an adjustable light on the side upper body, and this lighting unit can be adjusted in horizontally or vertically, and you can easily reach it by reaching out, sitting on the chair, and you can adjust the desired angle and brightness in this way. And I didn't mention actually this this computer table which we placed can be adjusted for the desired angle and usage, such as the so 3 legs can be adjusted for standing up with higher legs, or really you can make it angled for lower places, such as laying on the bed. And Fatma will continue with the storyboard.
Hi everyone, I will continue with our storyboard. Yes, in the first stage we see that our user working on the study unit. The desk has enough space for user to work efficiently with different numbered and sized items together. In the second stage, our user used pinboard to pin her post-its and notes. Then when she needs to use other side of panel, she can rotate it while sitting. After rotating panel, she can write notes on the marker board while working. And this two-sided panel enable her to use which one she wants to use easily. In the fourth stage, our user ties up her stuffs and puts the larger items on the bottom and the smaller ones on the top drawer. In the fifth stage, as we mentioned before, our user can arrange the laptop table in accordance with her height. As we all know, working long hours can cause discomfort on our body, even stick to the most comfortable chair. So we need to work in different postures. Thus, this adjustable table gives us this opportunity actually. And in this stage, we see that our user is able to work standing up. In the last stage, the user moves her bed, and thanks to portable laptop table, she continues to work in a different posture. That's all for the storyboard.
These are technical drawings. The body is made up of bent plywood, and the drawings are from melamine coated chipboard, and the panel consists of a cork part and the painted steel part for whiteboard. Here is the portable table technical drawing, and it consists of an aluminum extruded body and the buttons for adjusting the angle is from ABS. Then here is the technical drawing of adjustable light. It consists of butterfly nuts for adjusting the, and we put fluorescent lamp for the illumination, and the top is made from acrylic.
I would like to say something. Since we prepared mood boards for every project, we thought we were going to make one for this project as well. But it wasn't a requirement, as we later realized, but we prepared one anyways. So here's our mood board, but okay. And here are previous mock-ups.
That's all.
That's all, yeah. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you for extra mood board. Jury members?
Well, I can start. That's okay. Thank you for the presentation. I think your scenario is quite clear, the way that you present it, and also I like the fact that in the video you really seem to have tried it out on a sort of a real scale, and I think that is actually linking to one of the previous comments. That is very important, I think, to understand the circumstances of a user. So in that sense, I think the process seems to be quite nice. In terms of your solution, there is a certain sort of language to the product. So I think that is nice. We see the curved panels basically on the left and the right. I think that could have been a bit more consistently applied. For example, the block on the left bottom, sort of the large drawer, that is a bit more of a standard sort of block, and that has a different kind of style to it. At first I was having a bit of a doubt on the pin board, having it on the left, sort of this board, but I like the touch that we can rotate that. As a user, you can rotate it towards you. But it is also very dividing the space, kind of. In your scenario, you have there a window, but if the window would be a little bit on the other side, we can really block the light because of that thing. So, of course, I suppose we can also mount it the other way. Is that correct? I mean,
yes, it does like that.
So there is a bit of flexibility there. Okay, my biggest issue, I think, is with the laptop stand. I'm just not sure, although in your scenario it's clear that you want the user to maybe work on the bed or something. So it's a portable thing, but the way that it's integrated, I'm not really sure, because it's just sort of hanging at the side. We are only using it really when we are going somewhere else. I think that could have been a bit more functional in terms of the overall concept. And also there, the solution is very mechanical, and it has a different language than the desk itself, kind of. So I think that part could have been better integrated. Although I like the fact that you thought about the different standing positions and the different positions in the room. Okay, I had a few other thoughts, but I'll give some space to other people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I continue? Thank you for your presentation, first of all. I would like to start with the rotating panel. At first, I really like that idea because I can use both sides from one direction. But I also question is it blocking the space? And I questioned the existence of the frame of the rotating panel. Do we really need that frame? Because it may stand alone by itself without those frames, because structurally those block the frame doesn't give anything to that rotating panel. You can easily give up that frame and make it a bit lighter, so that when you tilt it a little bit, you can also utilize the open space of the atmosphere, because the frame is not rotating, it's fixed there. But if you discard this frame, the atmosphere will definitely change. And my second comment would be on the structure of your table. The right leg of the table is attached to the top platform with a drawer, right? Do you have another structural element to make it stable? Because I'm not quite sure that it would be enough to carry the load of that table with that kind of drawer attachment.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other hand, I see another structural horizontal panel on the back of the table, but I couldn't see that panel on your technical drawings. Even there's a panel on the back. Still, I'm not convinced with the right leg attachment to the horizontal panel, top panel.
Actually, we didn't make any.
Sorry, I muted my speaker, so I couldn't hear you, Deren. Could you please start over again?
Actually, we didn't any additional support on this right body, but we thought the back part would stabilize it from the flexibility of this material, plywood, but we didn't aim it any.
Yes, I understand. Aesthetically, it gives something to your design, but structurally, I'm not sure it's enough to stand this. For example, you can continue with the right leg and continue to the top panel. And then you can somehow integrate your drawer on the right somewhere else. It shouldn't be the structural element, I guess.
Our first mock-up was like that. There was single body and the drawer was here, but we thought that it would make this material more vulnerable and delicate. So we switched it to, and we wanted to make it detachable for different size panels.
You don't have to make it continuous bending plywood. You can still cut somewhere somehow, but the issue there, the structure of the just only the right leg of the structure. It would be also difficult to produce if you make it continuous plywood. I agree, why you gave up that idea. But still you need a structural element for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe I can say a couple of things.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I was really interested that, I mean, even though you seem to start from a scenario, your product, I think it more starts with an aesthetic idea of like a flowing, especially when we see the mock-ups, we can see that the major idea here is not really the scenario, but the form. A plane is like moves like this and goes up on the other hand side, which is a good approach. I appreciate that. What I feel is I really like the aesthetic idea, and I really like that you broke it into pieces because it gives it that a lot of dynamism. Still, however, I think it needs some work. I mean, my feeling is if you saw this product live produced, you would be shocked how big it looks. It looks like basically like a executive table, right? It's huge. So I agree with Senem Hoca that you might want to get rid of the frame. So make it lighter that way. Also, once you break your flow into layers, the layers don't have to be the same depth, right? There can be more variation there, and there can be a lot of alternatives, especially to drawers, which I don't think really fits this product, but more like spaces. So there is a lot of aesthetic work to be done there. If you want to reach that feeling in the mood board, you definitely need more three-dimensional movement. Currently, it's more like an extrusion. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, so it might have dimensions, it might have other movements on the third dimension is what I'm going to say. And somebody says it's time out, but I'm just going to add just one more thing, or two more things. First of all is this small table. Let's please pretend that you didn't even decide to put it there because it has, I mean, it's unrealistic, it doesn't even fit with the product, so I will say that it doesn't exist really. And a second thing is something about the scenario. I feel that your scenario also needs some sort of a binding, strong idea. It's just a bunch of problems currently. So if in the future you could, I mean, if you are designing a scenario, try to ask yourself the question, how is this person like a movie character? How is it different from similar students? What does it represent? In some of the presentations we watched today, there were really strong personas or really strong observations about specific problems. And some were more like yours, scattered problems. So I think the first one is better for a scenario. Just keep that in mind.
Okay.
So, other than that, thank you. It's quite nice.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, if you are ready, we will begin our lecture. So I think we can first start with our critic sessions. Who wants to go first?
Do you have a really tight area to study that you can't even fit yourself? Do you find the solution by moving to the living room? Does even moving to the living room not solve your problems? Things get really messy and you can organize your stuff, am I right? Our moms get easily triggered by messiness, especially if it's in the living room.
Anneciğim bu ne hal? Ne bu?
Does cables add on to this messiness? Because of the random placement of the plug sockets, don't you feel like you're in a labyrinth? Wouldn't you wish having plugs that are closer to you? Maybe this way, you can also use your technological devices as they're being charged. So you wouldn't get frustrated and say, Berna! We know that gathering up the motivation can also be problematic in online learning process.
2,000 years later.
Does the changing light conditions during the day makes it hard for you to study? Solution for all these problems is Play-Doh, your dream product. It consists of a foldable table, L-shaped, where you can wall mount it anywhere you like. A magnetic board with adjustable stands for personalized area, an adjustable light to lighten your day and also your night. A plug socket for your technological devices, also open and closed shelf areas. It consists of a puff, where you can basically pull the back part for chair purposes, flip the upper part for coffee table, also open it for storage. Play-Doh, your dream product. Play-Doh, now available online with a 50% discount. Continue watching our jury for more information.
Sesim geliyor değil mi? Evet. Well, first of all, we hope you liked our video. We really had a fun time shooting it. So in our research, we saw that students had problems adjusting their study areas to the online learning process. During this quarantine period, we had to fit our whole education inside our homes, and this can create problems for students who have limited areas in their homes. For example, students who went back to their hometowns had issues creating these study areas. We saw that they mostly opted to study at living rooms, and well, students could not achieve practical solutions for organizing or storing their belongings. Well, our product, Play-Doh, aims to provide a customizable study setting for online learners who have a small space to live in. So on the left side of our poster, you can see our product in a real-life setting, and we talked about our product details on the right side. So on the first line, we showed our proof details, and we wanted it to fit the overall aim of our product, which is customizable and suitable for small spaces. So as you can see, it is not only a proof, but a chair, a storage option, and a coffee table. On the second line, we showed the features of our table. It is foldable. It has a customizable magnetic board with stands. So as students, we have to keep up deadlines and examine these stuff at a moment's glance and plan our day or week accordingly. And last but not least, we have built-in lamps and electrical table. And on the last table, and my friends will go into detail about these features in our storyboards.
Hey, hello again, hocalarım. So as Ezgi said, in our research, we realized that people are having issues with small space and light of the rooms. So they started studying living rooms. So we focused on this. So first of all, it is wall mounted and foldable for minimizing the space it occupies. Also, as it is foldable, it looks neat in every environment, so that it is suitable for a variety of settings like bedrooms or even living rooms. Also, we can talk about the shape of it, which is like the letter L. Because we also analyze that online learners are having issues with being organized, and this decreases their motivation. So by choosing this shape, we aim to enable the user to work in a more organized area, as it defines different areas by its shape with the corner. And also, this allows us to have lots of storage area, which consists of both open and closed shelves on different levels, which is good for people who have small storage areas. So we also adapted it for our proof that Doğa will talk about later. And we also tried to solve some problems with the magnetic word, which is used also with stands. By this word, we aim to solve the user problems of stabilizing the phone or tablet, especially when using the video calls, as we use it much more in these days. Also, they can serve as a small storage areas like pencil cases. Also, this board is a customizable board with little notes, photographs, or colorful magnets, so that this may result in the user's motivation with a customized color space of their choice. So, and for the final scene, we try to show that place of the plugs and on the table and the stands allow the user to use their electronic devices while being charged. So that will continue.
Okay, since we have the timeout thing going on, I'll just briefly move on with our second storyboard. In the first scene, we can see that our lamp allows freedom in its usage in the sense that it can be adjusted as the user wishes and thus illuminates the whole study area efficiently. In the second scene, we can see that our user is sitting rather comfortably on the chair. The back curve offers an ergonomic sitting experience, and it's important because, as we all are familiar with, the long durations of studying while sitting can cause severe back pain. On the third scene, the user pushes down the chair by using its rope to convert it into a poof. This way, when it's not used, it takes up less space in the room and can also be used in a variety of areas, such as the living room, as Berna mentioned. And we can see that in the fourth scene. Thanks to the swivel caster wheels, it's easy to freely move the poof in the house. And lastly, our poof also has two more functions. The first one is that as the user opens it by removing the top part, we can see that it has an additional storage compartment. And last but not least, by flipping the flat back of the seat, it turns into a coffee table. So it can be used basically anywhere in the house. We can move on into our exploded poster. To briefly explain this, we can say that we focused on Play-Doh to be manufactured inexpensively. Therefore, it would be more reachable by a majority of online learners who need it. So we try to choose our manufacturing techniques and materials accordingly, as we can see in the table. And lastly, we have the technical drawings of the open version and the closed version of our desk, and finally our poof. That's all.
So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jury members.
I start?
Yeah.
First of all, thank you. Your video presentation was very clear and really reflecting the idea behind your design solution. It was really visible that you really enjoyed it while capturing. So in your design solution, I also like the invisibility of your solution, because might be a current situation, maybe not a permanent situation, and people don't want to change the organization of their living room for online education. So it's nice to make it invisible when it's not in use. I like that idea, but on the other hand, for example, for the sofa, for the poof and the table, the panel, the door of the table also turns into a top platform of your, the lid turns into a table. So you're too much trusting in the mechanism that you used in your design solution. So yes, this hinge mechanism carry all the load on the table, or that hinge mechanism on the back of the proof also carries all the load of the sitting posture. Yes, it may work. I have no objection to that, because we have very delicate, very sophisticated details for that. But on your technical drawings, you need to show them more. because it makes your solution more convincing. Okay, on the drawings it works perfectly, but on the technical drawings, I'm trying to see what kind of details you propose for not bending the top panel of the table. I try to zoom in, but I still the same. Yes. Nice. So I believe it would work, but I guess you should show more details for the technicals. And apart from, I like the idea, the flexibility of the panel. You're providing L-shaped platforms, and you can put either your laptop. I'm not quite sure with the sizes, because in some frames the iPad, the tablet seems a bit smaller than the previous. I guess you a bit manipulated the sizes of the.
Maybe we can say it's an iPad, mini iPad.
Yes, after yes. I think it's a mini iPad. It's not a regular, the standard iPad. So apart from that, thank you for yeah. It's an interesting idea.
Okay. So can I add
wall mounted? But again, you need more details. For example, how you mount it to the wall, how you open the lid. Yes.
Have the details, hocam.
Sorry
for interruption, but actually we tried to show the connections between the wall and the other part with the exploded views. And for the proof that comment you made, I understand that you think it's like the back part, cap part is not a separate part. It's just like with hinges, it's connected with hinges, but it's actually different part, like a pillow, you can say. That's the upper part is foam, the top part is, the bottom part is plywood. So we do not need to like give a detailed drawing of that, because there is not any mechanism of it. So we try just to give the detail of the slide.
For example, one more thing, for you mentioned about the electric connection, the cables, you have an electrical connection for the cables, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, you also need to give more details about it, how you connect it to the electricity, how the cables are going where. I have no objection. It will work. I believe that. But for technicals, it's a bit lacking to show the technicals.
Okay. Yeah, we tried to give details of that, but as it's like, I think we quite did it, but maybe yes, we can give much more detail.
Yes, you did it as the others do, but you should do it more, because you're relying on the technicals too much to make this concept real.
Okay. Thank you, Hocam.
Thank you, Hocam.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I think the scenario is quite interesting, and I really liked your video. So I felt that we are really dealing with a sort of person here with a sort of problem. But, and it's a big but, I'm not entirely convinced about the way you solved this. Quite unlike Senem Hoca, I'm not really convinced about a couple of things. One of them is this for the living room or is it for the bedroom?
Actually, is it mostly for living room? But yeah, we of course said that it may be used in any other rooms like bedrooms, but it is mainly about using in living rooms.
So it's for the living room, not for the bedroom.
Well, actually, we didn't really want to define a certain room, because since it's foldable, we thought it's usable in both places. We wanted to be able to provide that option for our users. Like, we wanted them to choose. It's like it can be used in the bedroom, but since it's foldable, we thought apart from other tables, it is also suitable for the living room.
So you're in IKEA and the staff asks you where to put this. You cannot avoid this question because it has to be, I mean, if you have to choose the material in a certain way, you have to design the product, its details in a certain way if it belongs to the living room, because the living room is a very different place.
Yeah, actually, we did the color choices based on that too, because like mostly using wooden textures in living room is a common thing. So like it's the main scenario of us is using it in a living room, of course, but after, of course, it can be used in another room.
If it's for the living room, I think it makes more sense because then I mean, but then I'm asking, I mean, if there is a bedroom and there is a desk there, why am I not using it? So is this a secondary one? Does it mean that it's a second table in the house? Is it? So there's also
in our scenario we are saying we are thinking the people that who have not enough space to study in their bedrooms, for instance, so that they use living room tables. So it's an option for them to not to study in the dining dinner tables.
I see. Then I'm going to say that, I mean, if it's for the living room and if it's like something like if you don't have a space, it's a secondary space, then I think most of the time it will be closed, right? I mean, most of its life will be spent closed.
Yeah.
So I think then you should design the way it looks when it's closed. Okay, there is a lot of opportunity there that's missed because you have a really good scenario, but the product could be pushed more on that front, I think. It also justifies the lack of an office chair because this sort of a cushion will be very uncomfortable because you won't be able to put your legs under it, for example, and it's not really for work, you know? It's for sitting on for short periods of time, like, or, while chatting and drinking wine, as we see in the picture. Okay, it makes more sense.
Yeah, we try to adapt it to our scenario in a way, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, and structurally also, I'm not very convinced. I mean, in this design, you are putting all the weight on those two spindly lid holders, which we normally see in kitchen cupboards, for example, and I'm not entirely sure that they can pull the weight. And if they do, you can pull all of the cupboard down, because you are using a lot of moment force. I mean, if Mustafa Hoca was here, I would ask him, or if Ece Hoca was here, I would ask him. I don't know what Levent Hoca thinks, but to me, I'm not entirely sure that I'm convinced, because it's almost a meter long, and you pull it from one side, and as Senem Hoca said, you're putting all your weight on that, and I'm worried that all of it will go like on top of it.
Actually, I can say something about this one.
I can say about Harun Hoca's say. You're right, Hocam. The detail of the hinge should be more strong for this length of the table. You're right.
Should be a locked hinge, I think. Also.
Locked hinge. There are some type of hinge that you mentioned. Actually, we suggest the students to look at the Hafele catalog and choose a strong hinge from him there, but I think it's okay for this level.
Okay, fair enough.
I can say something about this. We made the measures really much because we know that this question will come up, because this is the main part of this product. So we made the measurements and calculations of statically, and we choose the pistons as much strong as we can. So we calculated the table part is can carry 20 kilos or something we calculated it is 22.5 kilograms. So we can say that it can easily carry 20 kilograms.
20, very, very little.
Yeah, but
I weigh 60.
But so just for the table one, I'm not saying the storage. Storage is so we tried to, for the wall mounted parts, we used dowels to also we make that a bit detailed research about that. And so for the whole mounting part, we counted the I think it is enough for this type of table. So, but thank you. We will.
I would push this point any further. I think it's good that you looked into this and tried to calculate the stuff. As Levent Hoca says, at this level, it's good. Okay. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is the time up? Well, I'll just keep it very short. I totally agree with the previous comments. I share the concerns. I think in your scenario, I think it's striking that it's 2 pages, and it seems that the second page of your scenario is focusing on this poof. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm not sure if that's the right decision, because it feels a bit like it's this box and it can transform into different things, and it doesn't seem to be much related to the desk itself. So I think the proof is not really realistic, although I appreciate some of the concerns. But it's like we have the backrest, and if you put it horizontal, then it has a wooden part so it becomes the coffee table. But in its angles, it's very fixed, as the previous comment said. It doesn't really look like a chair. So it's a bit like in between. It's not really a table. It's not really a chair. Yeah, what is it really? And then to give it half of the scenario, I think that's a bit of a missed chance. Because you have quite a few considerations, I think. My second comment, very short, is although you have some functionality, and I think you have good considerations in terms of the practicalities of the solution. There's a light, there's a magnet board, but the way that it's now integrated in this L shape is very fixed. The user doesn't have much opportunity to change places and use the space effectively. So I think that is maybe a part I would have picked a little bit of the attention of the poof and put it in that customization. Likewise with the lamp, it's very much like a standard lamp that we just fix in one point of the desk. That could have some flexibility, I think, in terms of customization.
Thank you.
Can I ask something to the tutors? Did they have to design a sitting unit?
We asked. We didn't oblige them. They had a chance to choose. But we actually wanted them to think about a setting with several items. Some of them combined everything in one unit. Some of them designed separate items.
Thanks.
Actually, can I add one more? I know I talked so much, but actually, we have also a concern about the pool, but we think that putting an office chair or a wheelchair on the living room may not look so aesthetic and comfortable and so on. So we try to adapt it to a living room that we can use it in a variety of other things. So that's
also, can I add something? Also, the main purpose of the poof was just like the foldable table. Our main purpose was always for the online learners who has such a small space. So we wanted to combine these all the properties that it has in such a single element, and it had to be an element that would take up such a small space in the living room, especially, and would be meld in with the other products in the area. So we decided to make it a poof, and yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot for your comments.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, John.
Okay, next group.
Hi, Lesno is studying unit which is suitable for small spaces and narrow spaces. We mostly focus on who study focus on online learners who study in small areas. This studying unit has some features like storage pockets, magnetic board, and adjustable table. Online learners can put their notes on the board, so it would be a good reminder for them. Also, storage pockets helps them organize the things they use while studying. It has an adjustable table, which provides a studying environment outside the desk. Adjustable table can be reached without opening the cover of the table. And there's a chair. Chair is turned into a sitting area by pushing it from behind it. There are some color choices for online learners to feel more comfortable in home environments. Yes, Ezgi will continue.
Hello. Yeah, as you can see, the desk and chair can easily open and close manually. And you can open the chairs by pushing it from the back. And there is a locking system that you push the lock, and you can sit on a chair comfortably. And there is a storage area and also a board, magnetic board, that you can put your reminders on it. And there is a, as you can see on the fifth one, a portable laptop desk, which is adjustable legs, that you can use it on in home wherever you want to sit, in bed or on sofa, or you can use it anywhere you want. And Feyza will going to continue.
And these are orthographic and sectional drawings of the table. We try to show the connection points in the section drawings. And this poor chair. We try to show the exploded view. And these are our ideas and mock-ups in the process.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from our jurors?
Well, I can start, if that's all right. I am a bit struggling to understand sort of where your decisions lay in terms of your scenario. I think your scenario should have been a bit richer in terms of different environments or just the different circumstances. I mean, also in the render, we only see the product, and I don't really see the environment, and it's difficult to place it into a certain context for me. the solution is very compact. There may be a reason for it, but it's really the table itself. I was just quickly looking at the technicals. It's like 40 by 40 deep by 70 centimeters wide. It's a really compact, tiny table, and in the renders it just looks like a giant space. So there may be a reason for it, but I'm not sure if it looks too realistic in that sense. The proof reminds me of some of the proofs that we have seen in some other projects. It's a bit this all-in-one kind of solution, and it doesn't look too comfortable. So we can't really adjust it in height or the backrest angle. So it's likely to give some discomfort, and I'm not sure what really the added value is of such a solution in terms of this. The solution that you offer actually. Also, the laptop stand, I think it's too disconnected. As I said to one of the previous teams, it's like a different solution that is a bit like attached to it. Although the part in which the user is mobile in this workspace and you want to be able to take part of the workspace to somewhere else, I think that can be a part of your concept, but the way that it's sort of executed in this sort of separate table with these foldable mechanical legs, I think that could have been a bit more explored. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I may continue. There is some similarity with the previous projects, so but this is totally different approach to that, because, for example, now we have another wall-mounted solution, but this time when it's closed, still we see the shelves and the things inside the unit. So I'm asking now, as it's compact, still, is it possible to make it more open? Because now it seems like it's a closed box, but it's not, because the lid or the table only covers the unit somehow, half of it, not all of them. So there might be other solutions. For example, is it possible to get rid though the walls, Türkçe'de söyleyemedim, on the sides. And I agree the comments about the comfortability of the proof. We don't see the sitting angle there. So, and when you take the back rest apart, we see a strange and odd detail on the back, the frame as a leg on the back of the proof. I believe you find better solutions to take the backrest out. And it would make it very stronger if you integrated the content on your context on your scenario board. And one more comment is, with portable table, where do you attach the portable table when it's not in use? Sorry. Yes. I couldn't hear you. Sorry, I also muted my computer.
No, they haven't answered, I guess.
Sorry.
I haven't heard also.
I guess that I missed something. Okay.
So did you hear?
We didn't hear. I didn't hear the question. Sorry.
I was asking the location of the portable table, the storage, and Arnett said me that it's on the bottom. Yes, I see right now. Okay, I see the location of it. Did you show the previous versions of your solution in your presentation?
Yes.
Peki denemelerinizle ilgili bir şeyler göstermiş miydiniz arkadaşlar? Bir onlara bir bakabilir miyim?
In their mock-ups.
Yes.
Quite different
Yes,
ideas.
quite different and very interesting solutions, yes. I really wonder the design process of this because it's quite different than the previous ones.
Can you tell us a little bit of how you reached to this idea? Because I think the jury here is having difficulty making sense of where these decisions come from, and right, Senem Hocam, bilmiyorum.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Harun.
Do you hear the questions arkadaşlar? Hani cevap verseniz.
We choose the left side, left part. So we try to add some solutions to make comfortable.
Actually, we first thought the bottom the bottom mock-up, and then we thought that it takes a lot of space in our room. So we thought we can maybe think something takes a small space in our on our wall on the wall. So then we go to the second mock-up, and then the final mock-up was the first one. That was our process.
Okay, thank you. If there aren't any other comments, shall we move to the next team?
We focused on students being motivated and productive while designing our product. Thanks to the glass surface on the desk, user can benefit from the light table and also get an extra work surface, as users can easily see the material and have put in their drawers. Also, thanks to the sockets in one of the drawers, it can be easily stored by safely storing its electronic items. With the magnetic board, the user can hang the things he or she will use with the magnets, or write directly to the board with the board marker. We also tried to adapt the Dart format to our board so that students can focus more on what they have to do. While designing the portable table, we aimed at the user to work comfortably in different environments, and when user wanted to eat or drink something while working at the desk, we planned to use this table without disturbing the working order. Now, Sena will continue.
Also, we designed 3 different shelves that are customizable so that the user can feel free to change the order of the shelves as they wish. And in our scenario, we tried to show all of the different situations. And in technical drawing, we especially tried to show the electric thing inside the drawer. Also, we use plywood as a wood. So in this metal structure, we use mild metal profiles. Also, the darts and wheels are made from polyurethane. So in the design process, we shortly show a few mock-ups and detailed drawing exercises and the final model of our design. So that's all we want to say for now.
Thank you for the presentation. We can start with the jury members' comments.
Maybe I can this time. So thank you very much for the presentation. I really liked your product, to be honest. Well, formally, it has a really strong language. And I think the idea of having transparent drawers and all, I really like that. Well, that might be nitpicking, but I'm not entirely sure about the customizable shelves, since you really failed to show us what a second good alternative might look like. You just show us a good alternative, and the other 3 are, I don't know why I would have them. So generally, when you have options, make sure that they make sense. Okay. Do you have any ideas in your scenario that either one of these 4 ideas where they might be useful?
No, we use actually on the 3rd photo the shelves are different, but we didn't put something. On the 5th scenario, we tried to put some things that could be meaningful, but it is the same as the main one.
Yeah, that's a rule. I mean, if you change something, make it matter. If it doesn't matter, why change it? I really find the idea with glass very interesting. Why did you really make this transparent? It's not really clear though in your scenario. Can you go over that again? Why is the transparent work surface?
Actually, we first think about the light table. We wanted to adjust the light table to our design, but later then we decided to put sockets on our drawer, and we think he or she will put his phone, etc., and he might want to see them still, so we didn't want to lock them in a drawer that we won't be able to see anything. Also, we thought he or she can use notes under the table. Since he or she will be able to see them, we think it would be nice. So it happened like that.
Yeah, I mean, once again, if it's something, make it matter, I think. I was wondering if, for example, just one half of it could be transparent with a specific use, and one half still be like a regular working space. So I'm trying to, I'm having difficulty coming up with justification for having a full glass desk, for example. Yeah, that's.
Shall I continue? I was about to say almost the same things that Harun said before. I really like the aesthetic of your design, especially the glass is a very powerful element in your design, but it should be more, it should be justified on your scenario as well. And also, I also agree with the customizable shelves. Your design is not a modular design. It's not very flexible design. You are not offering many alternatives to your users. So you don't need to make it with your shelves as well. Because if you offer that kind of customization or personalization and that modularity, that means all variations or all combinations of that should be meaningful. So if I were you, I would probably go with a fixed concrete shelves that will fit to your design well. And one more thing, the magnetic attachment detail. At first I thought that it's also glass, the panel, the wall panel, isn't it? Isn't it glass?
No, it's not.
It's not glass. All right.
We think about that too, but we just couldn't decide if glass is more better than magnetic one, so we use the magnetic one.
You use the magnetic one, okay. All right.
Right. I have a very short question. In your scenario, you talk about 4 lights. As in the lighting table. Where are they?
So in the drawers there are lights. Also on the top part of the table there are 2 lights. One aiming to light the board, the other aiming to light the table.
Okay. So is that part of the 4? Like 2 are up here and 2 are in the table?
Yes.
Totaling 4.
Can I say a word about it? Actually, the upper ones are 2 separate ones, and the drawer ones are together.
Oh, that's a group of 4. Right.
Yeah, that's a group of 4.
Okay, I get it.
The upper ones, one of them is to aim to light the, the magnet table.
Yeah.
So because they can focus it easily. That's the.
Right. Okay, thank you for that explanation. I think it's clear now. Well, overall, I think the glass table in that sense is justified. It becomes a see-through drawing table. But of course, there is a divider in the middle there. So I think that would just leave a dark gray area just at the middle of the space where we are working, basically. So in that sense, that's a bit against the concept maybe, but I understand the material selection there. Well, yeah, I think the lights on the top, I'm not too convinced with it. It feels like it's this hovering box above us, although I understand you want to integrate a light on the magnetic panel. The structure there, it feels like we are adding quite a bit of material to have these lights hovering there. And I would have sort of questions on how do we get the electricity there? How do we make that stable? And do we really need that entire box there, basically? Also, I think that panel might be a bit more customizable. It's at the moment just a panel. It's a magnetic board. It's very narrow compared to the table. I think there's a bit more room there for personalization. That side table, in a way, is I think a nice. I mean, it seems to fit into the product. I think in that sense, it works being a whole, but it's also a bit like a standard solution. So in that sense, I think it could have been a bit more explored. Although it's explained in your scenario, you can also use it on the bed as a side table, like kind of thing. My last comment is related to the structure. It's interesting that you don't have pillars on all the corners. It's like the back 2 corners are unsupported. There's only a support in the middle. And I'm not sure in how that frame sort of, I mean, it feels a bit too fragile in this, especially in the renders. It looks really thin, and since there's not really any diagonal support, it feels a little bit wobbly in that sense. So yeah, you might want to sort of make that a little bit stronger, I suppose. It feels a little bit too optimistically light. That's all I wanted to add. Thanks.
I have one more comment about the drawer with sockets. It's unclear. It's a bit puzzling for me how you connect the electricity to the drawer, because in technical, so I couldn't see any cables going through.
In this part, we try to show it.
Which part?
This is the box for electricity, and the cable comes around this. And this is a separate part from drawer's tekerlekli kısmının şeyinden farklı.
Rails.
Yes, rails. It's separate part for only cable to keep it safe, and it goes up from back of the table.
I think you need another section from another direction here. Do you have? I guess you have. Don't you have?
We have this one, and
yes.
Again, we forgot the cables. Sorry, and cables are.
We usually forget cables. It's not up to your fault. In general, we don't like cables, so we usually forget it.
Yeah.
Right.
Cables are put in this part. So
you considered it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, we are team number 10 and I'm Leila. There were many factors that could guide us in the initial process of our design, but we tried to focus on the main sources of these factors. Environmental and psychological factors were factors that made adaptation of many students difficult during the online education process. When we questioned all these problems, we observed that they were all united in a common point. This common point was a space. So we tried to improve the existing condition in the online education process, which communication and interaction are only reducing the digital environments, and to design a place where students can feel more belonging and special to online education and isolate themselves from disturbing elements. And so we determined to create a more defined space within existing space. We aim to minimize noise and visual pollution, which are the indispensable steps of creating a fiction that reflects the spirit of a different space and meets the expectation of the people who will use the space.
And our design strategies in line with these goals have resulted in a shell form. While the felt shell, which we use in the chair and table, provides sound and image isolation. Post-study setting, which does not ignore the aesthetic concerns, offers students a pleasant and motivating experience. If we look at the usage scenario, okay. Synchronizes moving shells give the user the option to adjust the field of view. Thanks to the pins on the side of the shell, the parts are moved together as they open and close. I can show it with these mock-ups. It's like that. And the student who opened the felt shells to isolate himself or herself from the external environment had a lighting in the study area, so that the student will not have any lighting problem while working. The light can be charged from the computer thanks to its USB port, and thanks to its rotating heat, it gives the user the opportunity to adjust the angle of the light. Also, the rotating area under the table surface is used for storage of working materials. And chair back provide to create a clear background for online meeting.
Now I will tell you about some details of the product. Shell made of compressed and molded felt and made almost entirely by using heat and pressure and completely without any glue. The felt is made from recycled PET bottles and textile. Also, it has some advantages like sustainable, easy to process, and sound absorbing and insulating. Chair base is made out stainless steel and is linked to the seat with straps. Additionally, glides are used under the base to prevent the chair from slipping and stretching the floor. Stainless steel tubular leg is attached to the frame under the table with screws. In addition, this frame forms the area where the drawer and the tabletop will sit. There is a ring between this frame and the drawer that allows the drawer to rotate 360 degrees. Our purpose, another detail, our purpose of using memory foam is to improve back posture and relieve back and neck pain sitting for long periods. The advanced memory foam seat cushion responds to the heat of your body to mold perfectly to the shape of your back and bottom. And lastly, our color selection on the inner surface of the shell on the table is to provide a fresher environment inside while working. That's it.
Can I start? Yeah, so, I jumped ahead because I'm very excited about this. So thanks. I think it was a really interesting approach to this project. Again, a brave one, a courageous one, which is always fraught with challenges and pitfalls, obviously. What I'm really interested here is that these sort of isolated chamber furniture has been around for, I don't know, 10, 20 years, but generally in the context of open offices or hotel entrances, lobbies, and stuff like that. So I find it quite interesting that you move that idea from there to a student's working quarters. So unfortunately, we don't see a lot of context in your drawings, and I think it's not a good idea. So, because I mean, we only have this faint drawing of a really untidy room, but it doesn't really give us the sense of, you know, where this really sits. You know, it's just like a caricature rather than a real drawing. So I'm having a difficult time imagining, for example, if I want to, I'm looking at the first picture. Can you scroll up, please? So on that picture, if you could scroll up, just move up. No, not in.
Okay.
Okay. No. Yeah. So the first slide.
The first slide.
Yeah, I'm talking about this picture. So, for example, if I want to use that really untidy table, what am I going to do? Is there another chair, or am I using this one?
We use this picture because the insulating ourselves from other stuff, untidy room or etc.
Yeah, it's too symbolic. It really, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really give a sense of a real person's room and where they sits in that room. This is really important for your project because normally we see these kind of products in large places. Like, we see, if you have this kind of a product, something that isolates, it's commonly for speaking with the cell phone in a crowded environment. So it's a huge lobby and we have a couple of those lying around. But this is a student's room and the chair has different uses for it as well. So if there is a table like this in the picture, for example, what am I going to do? Or is there no other table? Which doesn't make sense.
Table, I think.
Sorry?
No other table, yeah, that's not necessary.
But where am I going to put my tables? Books and stuff. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not entirely sure how you move this idea from hotel lobbies to the student's room. What do you think you changed to make it appropriate for such a setting?
I don't get it.
So I have a hotel and I want to buy this, 30 of this in the lobby. What stops me? Why is this for a student's room? That's my question.
Yeah, we focus on the meetings actually, the online learning process. But yes.
I can use it in an airport to work with my laptop while I wait for the plane, right? What makes it for a student, do you think?
I don't know to say.
That's all then.
Shall I continue with this? As I rephrase, Harun just said, it seems that it's in the middle of, you have a huge ball in the middle of your room, student room. So, but you're using that ball, but on the other hand, your concept is really strong. I like the idea how you isolate the user, because the context may change, but during the meeting, we can isolate ourselves and make a standard meeting room for all. Your concept is really strong, but the thing is, as you don't show the context on your scenario board, it seems that I have a huge ball sitting in the middle of my room, and if I don't use it, I occasionally using it for meetings. It's still standing there. So there might be another version of what Harun just said. And that, as conceptually, it's very strong, but in reality, I have some questions. For example, felt, yes, you're using felt, it's a good idea, but is there any structural material under the felt, or is it just felt, molded felt? I'm trying to understand from the technicals again, but do you have another material, layered
No,
material?
there is no frame in it because the felt is strong enough to keep the structure like that.
That big sizes also, is it that strong? Because usually I encountered the felt implications with the smaller scale products, not. Because you're using a huge sheet, especially not for the back rest, but the shield you're closing and opening. It's really huge and long sheet, and each material, even it's a plastic, it should start to bend. So what avoids not to bend that material, that felt material? I'm a bit doubtful about it. And for yes, I see why you use memory foam for cushioning. But it would be perfect if you sit someone inside your chair from side view, because the angles, the sitting angle still seems very perpendicular to the back angle is really perpendicular to the sitting angle. So in reality, we usually want bit tilted angle for comfortable sitting. And one more thing is lightening a spotlight, but for meeting, it's a very closed environment, so it might be a bit dark inside, or if you're using only the spotlight, your face may flash. Yeah, you may encounter different types of lights, so I think it should be more diffused lightning in that environment. And one more comment with the rotating drawer storage for laptops. When you rotate it, I have to be really skinny. I shouldn't have a belly because you don't have any space to rotate that drawer. Yeah, and if you put someone inside from side view or top view, you will see some usability issues with that one. But on the other hand, and I agree, it's a very brave and it's a very strong concept. But for execution of it, I think it should be a bit. It needs more work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's actually not a felt, it's polyester, recyclable polyester felt.
It's not a natural felt, it's...
Yes, not natural felt.
So it's not a felt then?
It's made of recyclable PET and PET bottle.
Okay.
And felt.
Nonetheless, I mean, if I'm continuing, nonetheless, it may need some structure, I'm thinking, because the backrest is not supported at the moment, and actually, the leg at the back of the chair is sort of is touching the chair really like almost in the middle of the seating. So the whole back of the seat is practically unsupported. I think you need a bit of support there. If I may continue. Looking at the legs, they look also a little bit thin compared to the overall product. And then there's this sort of arc at the laying on the floor. I'm not sure really if you need it, but I must say I like the detail that you thought of, because that arc, the pipe laying on the floor, may not be straight, or the floor might not be flat, but you even modeled tiny legs. A 1 centimeter block to function as leg. I like that detail that you thought of. So I think some of the considerations in your product worked really well. One other thing that I liked is in the table, it's not really spherical. It has sort of an angle to it in the sense, so it makes a little bit of a trapezoid shape, if you like. But some other things I think need some detailing. The lamp is too fixed in its place. If we don't use it, it's really still there, really not in the middle, but in the table, a bit in the way. And the shape of the chair is, I think, too spherical. So where we have that backrest, there seems to be, in technical drawing, it seems like a giant cushion. I don't think we need that cushion that thick. So there's a bit of empty space that we don't really use. So I think you could have used the same logic as you used in the table, based on the functionality, adjusting that shape a little bit to be a bit more space efficient. Yes, and we might need some adjustability in the chair in the sense of adjusting the height, and that's in line with previous comments. Overall, I think the concept and the form considerations are quite clear. And it came together well, but yeah, some issues may be related to stability to be solved. But overall, I think it's a nice job.
Just to interrupt, I just looked the material up, and it seems that PET felt, it can be shaped with heat, and you don't need any structure in it I mean, if for the presenters, I strongly suggest that whenever you are using a controversial or an interesting or innovative material, put them up in really big words, like say that this is an innovative material that doesn't need an interior structure, so that jury members like me or Senem or Arna don't come up and where is the structure in this? Because I was looking at the materials and production processes chart of yours, and it says felt and plastic there. It doesn't tell us really that it's PET felt, thermo manufactured. So probably that's something to get from this presentation, something to learn.
Okay, any other comments from the team? Any other defense, actually, in other words, about the criticisms? Okay. Well, I also believe that this is a very strong concept. We discussed a lot about this structure. There was a structure, but then later you probably found this source and you decided to remove it. Any other comments from our jurors? Okay, well.
I don't know.
Okay, well.
React.
Yeah, perhaps actually you can stop sharing the screen and we can make some closing remarks. I would like to thank all our students who made a lot of effort and in this difficult situation they actually worked very hard and made it possible, this online learning process. And actually they shared their experiences and actually produced really innovative results. I don't know if you can hear me, but it says you have unstable internet connection. Can you hear me? I don't know.
I can hear you.
I do.
Okay.
I can hear you too.
Okay. So I really would like to thank for all your effort, and I also would like to thank our jury members for their valuable comments. They were really useful. We're late a little bit. We were planning to finish half an hour ago, but not bad with all these technical difficulties. Half an hour is okay, I think. So any other comments actually from our team members, Gülşen, Levent?
I would like to thank you all of our students. This has been a very long semester for you as well, I know. And thank you for enduring this, difficult times. And I also would like to thank our jury members. Their comments are really valuable. So I just would like to thank you all.
I also want to thank to all our jury members, our studio team, and our students. Thanks for the semester. Thanks for this great jury. Hope we will get over all this situation soon.
I also would like to thank for having me as a jury member, but I think your project topic was really good for that situation, and it also encourage the students, I believe, to make some empathy towards that period, because it's a very challenging period to continue with online education, and that kind of projects I believe would motivate you. We need that kind of motivations throughout the semester. Well done. I guess all of the projects were really well executed. Thank you for all.
Yeah, I would also like to thank you for having me. It was really fun. And I think second year final projects are always a bit difficult because so much is expected from the student, because they have to solve a strong scenario plus technical details and structures. And I found all of the projects like very diverse. Actually, I think that was the most, strongest aspect of this jury. All of the 10 projects were different from one another. They all had different sort of scenarios, different approach to scenarios, different approach to projects. So generally I get bored, but I didn't get bored this time. So because it was always a new challenge, I said different stuff to everyone. So good job. Despite all the difficulties in teamworks and crits, and without being able to do make big mock-ups and so on, you still produced very convincing and very promising results. I hope you hang on to these projects, revise them, get better renders, because, well, most of them are portfolio worthy. So it would be really nice to see them 2 years later on your portfolios. They were really strong. So yeah, thanks.
Well, let me say a few words. I totally agree with the previous comments. I think it's an interesting project, fitting the current situation. I like the diversity as well. Well, I don't want to repeat other things. A very short comment. I had some difficulties sometimes in understanding some of the technical drawings, although the technical drawings I think were executed quite well. Don't forget to add some captions to guide us through what drawing we are looking at. I was struggling a bit, but I also partially take responsibility for it. I'll, in the digital technical drawing, I will mention that a bit more. But just a tip for the third year, I suppose. Just make sure that you guide us as jury members and other viewers a bit in what we are looking at in the technical drawings, because there are quite a few details there. So it's an opportunity for you as well to explain the details that you thought about. That's all. Thanks for all the presentations. It was interesting.
Any other last words? Any comments from the class?
Can I have a word?
Yes.
I'd like to thank all my teachers because my perspective about our department was kind of narrow since the start. I loved the department, but didn't knew not much about it. But your teachings and guidings throughout the semester really helped me understand some reality of the department about both technical and aesthetical terms. And also I would like to thank all my friends for making the studio a much happier and bearable space. Not in the online times we were separated, but in the studio times, like everybody was into each other and everybody was giving ideas one to another, and it was really cooperative. So that made me really happy. Thank you, everyone.
And I also wanted to thank our teachers so much, because even with this environment, we always struggle with how to do it and can we do it, but they always encourage us to do encourage us to you can do it, you can just calm down, you just need to focus and stuff. If I would have added in our study setting, I would also want to add the teacher, because they were really encourage us and help us to focus on things. So thank you for that.
May I say something? very scared about this situation with the pandemic term. We learn stuff that we used to do it on the class with all of my friends and teacher, and we connect them freely. But I think we made it very good, and it was pleasure to be your students. And I also thank my friends. They're all support us. We made a channel to connect each other and all stuff. It was really good, and I want to take screen photos.
Okay.
I think it will be remembered. Whole life part remembered moments, I think.
Okay. Then okay, it's a screenshot time. Do you want us to do anything?
Are you gonna come back?
Smile will be awesome, and we need to take 2 photos because the whole class, and I think it will be great if all we smile and be happy about it.
Okay.
Okay, then I check. Okay, again, another part of the class. Okay, everybody smile. Thank you.
Okay, please share it then.
Yeah, I'm glad to.
Okay, thank you all for your nice words also. It was really a pleasure. We were a bit down at the beginning, as you may remember, but now really I'm up, and I'm really happy. I'm happy, very happy with the results also. I sincerely say that I would like to thank you that you worked really hard. And there are some very good comments from our graduates also, from Sezgi and Özge and Bedi, Banu Çiçek, Ali Hoca. So they all actually would like to thank you and they congratulate you. So that's the end of the session. Any other words? No other words? No? So it's end of the session. We expect your sketchbooks or your sketch file actually, and we will actually notify you about that. And that's all. That's the end of the term, unfortunately. So bye then.
Thank you so much for everything.
We love you. We love you.
We love you too.
We love you too.
Love you too.